Let's play one quick game with this, and then we will do our weekly twig watching. Yeah, so this guy is Coral and Mirktabrock, along with the new Reckless Flurry. I'm trying out Mask of Ouroboros in the deck as well. I might have too many discards and not enough things to discard. Like, maybe Attic doesn't make sense anymore if you want to play like Coral and Mask, but we're gonna try this. No, this is like the Tailbot slash Blastolim deck. Yep, it's gonna be tourney day. Hey, everybody. Probably just one quick game before we hop into seeing what Burza had to say about what happened this week. Tailbog. Yeah. Not bog, but close. Okay. So what do I want to do here? What do I want to leave in my deck? Yaxie is never good. I can leave the Mirktabrock in deck. I can leave the Hernkuduk in deck. I kind of like mulligan and golds in general here. Might as well kick the Gerd. I have a Matic in deck. Let's chill. Okay, so we get to kill that with Coral Mask, or I can just take my D-Bomb. I think I just take my D-Bomb. Let's thin out the Matic. Hey, Ricardo. Hey, little smashy. Journey Link? Oh, right. 1 second. There we go. I like how this Brockbar Hunter just doesn't get to do anything.
That might even be amusing.
Nothing like some overseas plundering in springtime.
You could discard the Scald. I don't really need the Scald. There's only one must discard card in deck. Hey, West. Get rid of the Gerd.
Shoot down, stab him dead. Easier that way.
Yeah, I'm getting my second shot in 9 days. I've heard the second one can be a little rough. Against an opponent who is just discarding round 1 because you were Clog, so you pumped 38 points, passed on 7, they forfeited. Yeah. Sometimes that can happen. Gotta be a little careful when discarding cards against Clog. Most decks... 38 points is a lot. Yeah, I don't know.
Reasons for the feeble of heart!
How'd you get 38 points in play with Clog? Getting a COVID shot yearly? It's whatever. It's like getting a flu shot. This dies. Hey, I was gone.
Skelliger and Sinter shall stand ever together.
Okay. Does this even...
May Freya choose the victor.
This doesn't even win him the round.
The cats are with us.
Like, I can do this.
I'll cleave you in two.
I don't want to kill this and turn on his war plans.
We shall do it my way.
It's actually there. Everyone be quiet. Give him round control. Like, I could jam the Bear Witch here. I could play, like, Axie on my Coral. It's kind of bad. I think the pass is fine. We got plenty of good cards left over. We got his Iced and Leader. What more do we really want?
Strength matters not if you lack the skill to wield it.
Oh, it disappeared. Don't go away. Tortoise! Look at him. I'm fine taking the pass with... I mean, I'm fine taking the pass with, like, Morkvarg, too. Morkvarg's pretty bad here. We'll see if he pushes. Kind of happy if he does. Yeah, this is fine.
Very corpses? Nay, feed our foes to the crabs while they still live.
Just jam the totem. Oh, I can go Hernkaduk into Quartermaster if I want to. Then like ping ping with Zeal and then click on the totem. I don't think I want to, but I can do that now. There could be over Hjalmar. I think there's both. I don't know what I cut to make room for it, but I somehow had room for both. Oh, I'm not playing Lambert. Nice.
Look closely, kiddos, on thy courageous mother.
So now I can Quartermaster to transform this.
Greetings, men.
Ha! What can you know
I'm
about
great!
Opponent is going very all in, and they are very dead. Okay, okay. That was not a close game. Detergry makes that matchup a lot better. Even though we have like a couple of clunkers, we have the Axie and the Morkvarg that aren't great. Detergry is really good. Hjalmar is usually going to be pretty good in the matchup. The deck doesn't play an answer to Maddox or Bronzes are all solid. How do I feel about this card? Just an easy 9 for 7. It was really nice that game. Let us kill Herkia with the Magic click. Huh. Bunch of high value cards in a deck. Oh yeah, this deck is just... If you were to ask me what a mid-range deck in Gwent was right now, I would probably just like point to this. This is just pile of good cards, that deck. Okay, let's see what happened this week in Gwent. As soon as we switch tabs. Okay, by the way, for those of you that want to play in the weekly tournament, type exclamation point tournament, and you can get your deck lists in. We will start verifying people right after we see what Burza had to say this week in Gwent.
Alright, how is everybody doing today? First of all, as always, we will do a sound and video
It's
check.
.dek.
Can you see me?
People on
Just
Netflix.
share doing here. Hello. Sound check good.
It's a reference
Good, thank you.
to old
Great.
YVD
I can
files.
hear you. Yes, we can. Good, good. Welcome to a crazy week. This is episode
You
8.
haven't said it work
of
much
this
better.
week in Gwent home
I
edition,
don't
of
think you need
course.
Heatwave right now.
Doing it in the confines of our home still.
The deck has
Hopefully
so
this
many
will
answers
change
to
soon,
things. Heatwave just
because people in
seems
Poland are getting
like another
more
control
serious.
card in a deck that already has
Good thing.
too many
So,
control cards.
I think chair check good, of course. So what has been going on this week? I think the most important thing, and I'll move straight to it, is the launch of the update. Unfortunately, it's not.
Like, is there anything that you
smooth
need
as
to
we would
answer
like it to
that
be.
Heatwave answers and like
No, I did
Hjalmar
not get
doesn't?
vaccinated yet. And
People aren't really
yeah,
playing ball right
if
now,
you
and even
guys
then,
have
you
not known
ideally
about
just
the patch,
bleeding
although
ball.
I think people watching this know everything about the patch. You can check out the patch notes. Also check out the trailer for Triss.
Oh, we played a game of
He is
Matic
the
SK.
character for this journey. I can tell you already
can
that
link
for the
it.
next journey we will have something totally different, so get ready for that. We have the start of the season of Viper and the seasonal modes, so if you want to check them out, go to playgwent.com and you can check those seasonals there. When it comes to the journey as well as the patch notes, you can check them out on playgwent.com, and also Riven Twain will be posting links to that here. He's our trusty moderator on the forums, but also on this stream, which I am very thankful for. One important thing to note for sure is the fact that
yeah, no one's messing around with
today that we'll
Milford
be
stuff. I want to try
resetting
Spyball. I
the,
feel like that deck should be good.
Pro ladder for players, because as you guys know, yesterday we had a bug that caused games to draw. This was mainly due to cards like Oneiromancy, but also other ones. So those will be fixed up, and something's wrong with my hair. Those will be fixed up and working properly. And yes, we're very sorry for that inconvenience.
It got buffed. The original list was always Reckless Flurry too. You don't do anything with Patricidal Fury.
The other one being
Nothing in your deck cares about
the
Bloodthirst.
topic of starter
So there's
decks.
not really much reason to
play
play Patricidal.
Questions about starter decks, I just wanted to let you guys know that we will be sharing official communication and what our next steps are next week. So I will not tackle this topic this week today. So stay tuned for more information coming on Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, meaning next week. Easy clap. Okay. Those are the
The
main-
granularity
all
in your
all
control
the
deck is
CP
also
cards
really
that we
nice,
use.
too. Not being forced to commit it all at
we'll move
once.
on to the community stuff. Most importantly, if you have time today, you can jump in at 7 p.m. CEST to
Spies with
check out
formation
me
can work
and
now. I'm
Jason
gonna try
on
Spies with
stream,
formation, but I'm
called, on the stream
pretty sure it's
podcast
gonna end
called
up as a
The
double cross
Hideaway.
deck.
So that's happening today.
You just don't want to play that
You
many
need to go to
soldiers.
Zebeto's Twitch channel. It's the image that you see in the middle. That's one thing. There's a lovely wallpaper featuring the one and only Dagon, which we will never forget. Yes, if you're into this beautiful kingdom stuff, I see
Amazing.
it's a mixture of different things, including sea wildlife, a castle, Kermoran, and Dagon, and a turtle. So yeah, totally download it, use it as a wallpaper. It's the only Dagon you're probably getting, so have fun with that. As always, we have a pixel art from Silex. As always, this time he is tackling and taking on the medallions, and this time we have the Skull of the Griffin. Before we had the wolf, and a tournament event that I wanted to highlight.
Steam's
Yes, Silex
Horde.
again. We will always feature his work because I love his pixel art, and he already made a Puffco pixel art, which is awesome. So yeah, check it out. We also have from Teal'c Elder Blood Kalkstein's Horror Tournament event, which is coming on May 20th and 30th. So yeah, so you should totally check them out. Premium tokens are a confident thing that we can always talk about. Things like Dagon are things like I can tell you right now.
Yeah, that's a lot of cards that I didn't want to find
don't
room
expect it
for.
to come soon.
Like if you're playing
At least I'm
Tortoise
open
and
about it.
Recruits,
Memes. I only have two.
and, like,
memes,
Albus Spearman,
which
you're gonna have
one
trouble-
is, both are my favorites.
well, I wanted to play like
Um,
Thirsty Dames and
because
Stitches
they're
Aristocrats
nice, they're
too.
respectful, and they're super cool. Plus, I also didn't have a lot of time this week to prepare and go through all the stuff. So, as you guys saw, Life Coach is back playing Gwent. So,
And then you gotta fit
yes, we have the
in a
carryover
couple of Spy
castle,
Bronzes.
hashtag carryover castle. This was posted by Devil Driven. New Religion is Born. Gotta love the guy. Gotta love the way he streams.
I can share the list that I
Yeah,
had.
it's always a good time. I enjoy it a lot. It brings me back to the good old days. Another we have by a cosplayer, Victoria Hofferson. Check her out because she does a mean.
Yeah, this is
Queen
what I
Meave.
threw together.
And yeah, addicts before and after, and then you see Queen Meave after Gwent is looking
Oh, I really wanted to
good,
play Route
healthy,
Tossers.
and awesome. So yeah, check that out.
That was the
Carryover
big
church. you
thing.
mean. It's church. Okay. Carryover church. I thought it was castle. I don't know why I said castle. Anyway, those are the memes of the week. Are these two?
Tossers are
Okay.
sick in those decks.
Question
Plus 3
time.
on Dames,
It's probably
boost
going to be all starter deck
enforcers.
related.
They don't
For
conflict
sure
with
it's
Dimir
gonna be all
anymore.
starter deck related, but we shall skip those. Of course, we were not here last weekend due to the long May weekend, so we're kind of catching up on the questions. I think I'm on the right page. Although the first question is about next journey character. So the next journey character, as you saw, is Triss Merigold. Yay! Does she have any connection to do with the expansion? I don't know. Probably not much, but maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Sketches for Beggar I already saw as a question. Let me check if I didn't go back to like an old one. This is sport. This I have. This I already talked about. Actually, yeah, I think I actually went
Easy.
back a little bit. My bad. Sorry about that. Next page. And I have to say everything is loading super smoothly today. Yes, it was page 12. Thank you, Riven Twain. That's what I thought, that it was page 12. I also jumped to page 12 because the previous one was not totally yet. Okay. Hi, Bourgeois Pavko. Pavko's not here yet. Would you mind giving us a small teaser of Sunday's video? Will it be expansion journey patch related? All of the above. Anyways, I'm super hyped. I think this is old. This is April 23rd. So if this was April 23rd, well, that's super old. Well, then no, that's not. That's
You can
I
watch
don't
the
know.
whole
That was the
video if
we
you
had
want.
with Jason during last weekend of so that was open. So everybody knew what it was about. If you missed that, it's up on YouTube. I posted it this week. You have day 1 and day 2 plus Ask the Pros, which Ryan did, and we also have the developer segment with me and Jason highlighting everything that happened with 8.5, as well as us
This is
showing
from
the
2 weeks
logo
ago.
for the
They're
first
asking about the
time
dev video
for the
from
upcoming
the
expansion.
open.
So yeah, check that out for sure. Are there any plans to bring back the Gascon leader skin to the Gwent store? I was sad to have missed the previous anniversary event last year. I would love to have another chance to get in from the store if possible. Gascon has been requested a lot of times. He's also been requested as a journey character, as far as I remember. So for sure, the skin will come back on sale one time. So don't worry about that. Hello, we get more Gwent artwork on display, such as the card from Master Mirror and The Way of the Witcher. I know it was mentioned earlier this
Decks already
year as
approved. I
possible.
approved everyone that submitted decks before I
It is
started
something that is on our
streaming.
radar, but I don't
If you want
have
them
the ETA
unapproved, I can
for it
unapprove
yet.
them for you
Once
if you
I
want to
do,
change
and
them.
once I have like full confirmation about that, I will let you guys know. Hello, Mr. Buja. Hello. I just want to say Gwent is by far my favorite game of all time. Thank you. I have never been involved in the game community. I have never went on a game subreddit or watched developer updates on YouTube or Twitch. It's only Gwent that has hooked me like this. Thank you to you and the team. That is such a nice and wholesome.
That is
good
not a
tweet. Thank you.
question.
Welcome to the community. Bomb, pow, pow, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a cool nickname.
That's
And
what
he
that
or
is.
she is a
Not a
first user
question.
on our forum. So, yay. Will it be possible to make a video that documents the process of designing new cards, something that follows the team as they decide on character ideas, card abilities? I think will be a great insight into the design team and could be released along with the cards designed in the video. This is something that we wanted to do numerous times, but it's quite difficult to record the process, I would say, because we would need to take different snippets and put them somehow together. And now, while everyone is working from home, that is very difficult to do. It'll be much easier once
They
we
did
have everybody in the
this
studio.
in beta a
But
little
yeah, we
bit.
wanted to do like a full documentation. Like we wanted.
They
to
did
also
like
do
documenting the
things,
new
connected
boards.
To taking, for example, just the art process and how it goes through, or how different versions of arts are kind of being created. Especially that we never just have like one. We have like multiple versions of an art, and then the art team together decides like which way they are going. So there's a lot of concepts that we have before we have the one that we choose, and then we polish it to make it the final art in this case. Thanks in advance for answering, no problem. Will the remaining leader cards that are not in the game yet, we'll see the return of future expansion? Will we see another mini card drop? Hard to say. Right now we are working on the latest drop, which we already teased. So that's our main focus right now. And when it comes to bringing back old cards, who knows? Maybe when we have a little bit more time, that will also be a possibility. But we're trying to kind of keep the cadence going and kind of check how it's going to be working for us, because this time, like we mentioned with Jason, every 2 months a drop of 26 cards is something totally different, and we have to see how much pressure that puts on the whole development team and also on the other teams when it comes to creating products and also setting those things up, creating the abilities of these cards and the arts and everything. So it's a lot of it's a mixed bag of a lot of things coming from different directions. More than a question, when will draft receive an update? I didn't have any for months since adding Madoc. We actually had a update for draft this month for with 8.5. We actually also wanted us to have separate communication just for draft, just to show you guys that we are of course working on draft. But yeah, it's just taking a little bit more time to implement some of the things. But yes, draft is on our radar, and we have more plans connected to the game mode itself. But yeah, we just need a little bit more time for that. More than a question is a suggestion. In the next seasonal mode, patience is a virtue. At the start of your turn, transform all cards in your hand into random ones that cost 1 provision more. Can you consider to exclude the scenarios, please, so you can enjoy the game with any faction other than NG Netdeckers? Thanks. Probably too late for that because it's already live. I mean, it's already set up, but it's something that I will pass on to the team for sure. Mr. Buja, again, bomb, pow, pow, 1, 2, 3, 4. You are a wonderful, handsome man. I would disagree with the handsome, but being wonderful is always something nice to hear. Thank you for that. So thank you for that. Yeah, that felt actually super, super nice. Could this wonderful, handsome man return the tavern board to Shoop's shop? If you put it that way, I might think about it. I would steal candy from a baby for the tavern board, but if you steal the candy from the baby, remember to bring it to me. I would walk on hot coal for the tavern board. I would spend the night with Brewis, Wispus, and Weavers for the tavern board. I think that's a bit much. What can I do for the tavern board to return, Mr. Buja? That is a good question.
Goodbye.
That's just something that I need to highlight to the team, because tavern board is something that I see numerous times popping up. So maybe it will come back this year. I would not exclude that option for sure. But that was nice. Maybe too much of a game designer question, but anyway, which part of card design comes usually first? The mechanic, design, theme, character, something like I have some fish card artwork, it is awesome, really, okay, let me make a card, or we need another dwarf, any ideas? It's a mixed bag. Normally, you look at a theme, you look at a story, you get a brief, and from the brief you create the art, and from the brief and the art you create the mechanic. So that's how it normally looks like. But sometimes, yeah, there are things like, oh, I have this art of a cute something, let's use it, and then they're like, yeah, that's a good idea, let's use it, and then we create something for it. So yeah. Oh, there's a lot of talking. Hello, Mr. Bourgeois. Are you planning to do anything with the draft mode, like adding prizes and updating the card buckets, packs or buckets? Yeah. By the way, Gwen Open was fabulous, especially the DJing
Starter
part.
deck is a bug,
of the grand
yeah.
Final. Thank you. So, for draft mode, like I said, we're working on it. And when it comes to prizes and overall, incentive to play the mode, something is coming for sure. Updating the card buckets, as you say, or packs, as we would call them. Yes, this is something that we'll be doing for sure. So yeah, draft is going to be evolving. We're not going to let it go. It's not going to be like Arena that we had previously, which we kind of, had, and then we stopped taking care of it. So yeah, expect more cool stuff coming. Hello, Gudra. Is there a possibility to add some trades between players or add trade system? For example, 2,000 scraps equals 1 reward point, because I guess most people would have all card collection and scraps are then useless for anything except of course waiting for the next cards. Thank you. Actually, we never thought about that. I think that would wreck the economy of the game if we ever did anything like that, where you transfer the scraps into reward points, because there are still a lot of players that have a lot of scraps still from beta. But
the starter deck, the starter decks weren't supposed to be as good as they were, or as good as they are right now.
We possibly get
it's getting
alternate
fixed
artworks
next week,
for existing cards. I'm especially thinking about Meave, because there are a good handful of unused Meave artworks from Thronebreaker that I love to see in Gwent. Thanks for answering. Have a good day. Is there a possibility of alternate artworks come back as cards one day for sure? Never saying no to that. I'm also not saying 100% yes to that.
I mean, miscommunication among devs, sure.
She has some super awesome art from Thronebreaker of her probably wielding different weapons. So I'm not saying no.
They're not taking them back,
like,
but
let's use it. We just use it.
New accounts made after a certain point next week. We talked about it on the podcast.
Yeah, sometimes we do go like, oh, this is something cool, let's use it.
I think it's true. Yeah, I'm certain that it's true.
Are there any plans of internal discussion to support thematic decks, like a new keyword similar to the
because they talked about it, what they were planning on doing with the ambassadors before, and what they did was not what they were planning on doing.
But I kind of like that idea. But all decks would be kind of weird. I mean, it kind of sounds like being devoted to a faction, but being devoted here into an archetype.
They were supposed to be better, but it was basically exactly what Slamus said on the podcast. There was supposed to be reward trees that let you unlock more cards that you would build towards those better decks.
Yeah, it was on the PAX panel. It was something that we previously had that we wanted to do, but I think now there are kind of different things that are more important for us before we think about stuff like interactions between cards. But yeah, it's something that would be cool to have for sure in the future. Why is Skellige Storm not a SK card? It's literally in the name. The game is not playable this way. Thanks, lol. I don't know. Good question. It's not. Will the All Gods become something more? Leader skin avatar when you buff it. It's bad card right now. I don't know when we'll buff it, but him being a leader, that's an interesting one. It's actually a card that we took from a card contest, but I don't know if I would make him a leader for sure. Regarding the operated card, assuming he's in Wildhunt Portal Master Mage, why he's not an elf but a beast instead? That's a good question. I don't know. That's also a tag related question that I would leave to design team. Thanks in advance for answering. Does the team actually take in consideration or given thought on some of the good suggestions given by the community? Not necessarily about the cards, but quality of life in general. Yes, I think there were a lot of changes in the game based off of you guys' suggestion. So, I mean, we take all of them into consideration, and there were a lot of quality of life stuff that we introduced to the game that was requested. There are also a lot of features like animating tokens, which was also requested by the community that we're introducing. So
it's slowly getting done.
For sure.
Is the dwarf in the game yet?
Are you planning to add ways to spend goals? To spend gold? After a little more than 1 year of playing, I have pretty much every card, and I can craft all others. But playing daily, I was able to buy.
I mean, as far as like features are concerned, isn't that a good thing? They're like listening to.
But the only thing in the reward trees I care about is the powder.
The features that people want prioritized and prioritizing those.
Like before, and I know probably draft mode will cost gold. Like
Reddit-driven development is nonsense for like balance issues, but as far as new features go,
and don't be like, man,
what else are you supposed to do?
Some new fun stuff, not only cosmetics. I don't know. That's a long-winded question. But economy in the game is a topic that we can always kind of look at. But when it comes to new ways of spending gold, nothing that I can share right now for sure. Starter decks and compensation for it. Not talking about that just yet. Like I said, more information from us will come out next week. Hello, Bourgeois. What was causing this bug with draw yesterday? It was there were some cards which were triggering the possibility of drawing the game. So that was what caused it, and hopefully it was fixed super soon yesterday. just when we saw it. But yeah, sometimes there are a lot of things that go through the cracks. Although we test everything and all cards are tested, but on a live server, things tend to go crazy.
It's only 300 hours to get all cards. That seems
then
low.
we have the starter decks things and conversation. Not talking about that yet. Giving starters. Hello, every month where there's a big patch, I have to uninstall Gwen on Android. Got 32 gig flash to free plus a big SD card. Gwen's files cannot go to the SD, and the Delta patching doesn't have space to decompress. Is the movement of data files to SD hard to do on the dev side? It will really help people with this predicament. Thanks and have a nice day. It actually is quite difficult to do because we're thinking about implementing this, but yeah, like you said, it's not easy to actually implement and have in the game. Starter deck question, skipping that. Can we have journey, a similar style journey for faction leaders with cosmetics for them? Basically make faction leaders as adjustable as journey characters. Sorry for my bad English. I get the question, and I like the idea. I think we will also get into a spot with journeys.
It's been a pretty exhausting week for anyone on the CVPR side.
We're gonna need to add characters or not add characters, and then just start working on
patch release. Didn't exactly go smoothly.
Yeah, I totally like the idea, and I would totally pitch that to the team as something that would be cool to have. Hoping the team are doing well. I'm just here to post on behalf of my daddy Vincent that he's sending the team a message to give him some love and thank you. Yeah, I've seen all the Vincent posts you've been posting, so yeah, noted for sure. That's a good one. Okay, yeah. Any questions that you have, you can post them from next week. If you guys have any questions that you would like to drop now in the chat, feel free to do so. I can answer probably a couple. Are any Gwent expansion soundtracks coming to Spotify? As far as I know, no, because we only have one track theme always that is happening there. If you want to see the themes overall, you can check out PP Adamczyk, who does those. He is on YouTube. So yeah.
That's not what I meant. They said they overloaded the static variable. Yeah, it's a programming jargon for having a static variable named twice
about how to
and used for different things.
How to get cards, etc. Yeah, there's a video that I recorded in the Gwent Tavern some time ago.
I guess if you're overloading, you're probably like overwriting it somewhere and not expecting it to be overwritten.
Kind of how
I don't know what context he was saying it in.
Things that we'll be doing for the expansions and how they will be distributed and
sounds like a namespace problem.
Because if you think about it, right now there's no need for pre-orders because you cannot pre-order like a big bundle of kegs in order to open them to get a lot of cards because you only have 26 cards with one drop. So there will be a whole detailed explainer with that, and it will come out probably this month when we start the whole reveal campaign and we set up a website and all that stuff. So yeah.
Better practices would.
When Vilgefortz journey when journey when Danline journey when the Scoia'tael buff.
Like,
what's wrong with Scoia'tael? I mean, we can buff a little bit, but not.
If he means they're overloading the static variable and that it's being used.
Skins plan. Danline, Yorvik, etc. The ones with nice voice lines from beta. Not right now.
Like, they shouldn't be able to declare
have so many backpacks in her journey
the variable twice, right? But they could just be using it in different ways and not realizing that it's being modified in a different function.
Moving out. Nobody wants her. Yeah. So with that answer, I shall leave you guys. Thank you for watching. We shall see each other next week, as always. And hopefully we can talk about starter decks next week.
But yeah, that's generally a problem with like using statics as pseudo globals.
Have a good day. Have a good weekend also. And yeah, hopefully Sun will come back and we can all go ride bikes. All right, thank you all. See ya.
No, I mean static variables are fine.
And boom.
There's a time and a place for them, but I don't know what the context was that it was being used and why they had issues. I didn't hear his talk. Trying to JS does not you declare variable. Yeah. Yeah. Programming all the way. It's all C#, right? Because it's Unity. I think they do everything in Unity. Like their whole backend is also built in with Unity. I feel like you have to do hacky stuff sometimes just to make it work with Unity. I don't know. Oh, the camera. This one? He's still there. Can I not scam you? I didn't scam you. Let me verify everybody. We'll be getting started in about 25 minutes if you want to play. Have I seen it? What is this? Cam is gone again. I hate this camera so much.
Das war what? Nee. Denk nicht, ne? Bam! Irden! Really? 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 And now the two stats... I mean, okay, he would have reset it anyways, but hey. Really?
Yep.
Really?
Yep. Would life coach think Gearden did? Well, I think he just wasn't expecting Pyrotech to hit the 1 and 4. No, I would never want to do custom card reviews. I don't like that type of content. No more check-in button. Try refreshing, make sure you're logged in. Did, and you are. Ah. You've solved the issue. There we go. There should be check-ins. My bad. Make sure you check in. You got 23 minutes. Should have plenty of time. Make sure no one submitted 2 decks from the same faction. That has come up in the last couple of weeks, and it's not a fun one to try to fix. I think everyone's good so far. Hey, Gagarin. Yeah. He was excited that he beat Yurden and then did not beat the 1 and 4. Brutal. Yep, exclamation point tournament. If you want to sign up. I want to bring decks to the same faction. I feel like that would get really monotonous. I feel like for so many factions, you would just bring the same deck with 3 different leaders. Like, you just play, like, Skellige Warriors with 3 leaders. Or you could just bring Skellige Warriors with 3 leaders if you wanted to. You could bring Elves and, like, 2 leaders, and then maybe Dwarves. The rules for the 3 decks? They just have to be from different factions. Just regular Conquest. Quick refresher. Best of 3 Conquest means you submit 3 decks of different factions. In a match, players will ban one of their opponent's decks. Players need to win with both their unbanned decks to win the match, meaning if you win with your first deck, you do not play that deck for the remainder of the match. If you draw with your opponent, draws are immediately replayed. If you create a legal deck, try to contact your opponent to tie the game. The easiest way to do this, just pass on 10 cards. Your opponent should understand and pass back, and you should be able to tie pretty easily. If you're unable to do so, though, I have to issue a game loss for the player who queued an illegal deck. If you have issues with bans, make sure you're logged into the tournament platform. It likes to log you out pretty frequently. From the start of the round, you have 10 minutes to ban before you lose the match, so make sure you are here as the rounds start. But yeah. Just going to be handling signups for the next little bit. Gonna get started in 20 minutes. First tournament of the new patch. Okay, great. Might not be the worst leader. Yeah. I'd be surprised if it was. A lot of its glaring weaknesses got solved. Even if it's still not good, it shouldn't be, like, stockpile tier. Getting started in 19 minutes. So plenty of time to sign up if you want to sign up. Invigorate's good enough that you get 100 wins. Finally unlock the squirrel border. Everybody with deck submitted should be verified. Make sure you check in. Forgot how to check in. Should be a button right around here somewhere. What people are playing? Yeah, we can start to click on deck list in a second. Let's see, what did Rashid bring? This is going to be Imposter Mill. No, this is something completely different. He's playing double Viper Witcher Alchemists. Is there a Viper? Wait, no? Is he trying to give his opponent Madoc? And then copy it a bunch? So, you Vico Varonavis Madoc to the top of your deck. And then you Viper Alchemisted over. And then you Vilgefortz them, or Tibor them. Dudu, Kingslayer, Cadaverin, Swears, Imposter. And then you get a bunch of Maddox. Okay, I see it. I see it. Is this enough bombs, though? Such an elegant combo. What else we got here? That's our winner from last week bringing. That's just gonna be Commandos. Pavetta Draug, not opting for renew. The nice thing about there being a new patch is you can't even really be all that mad when people are bringing decks that they think are good, because no one actually knows what's good. Unless this is Vi, in which case, it's not even Vi. Wait, is this Devo just for Conquerors? Weird. Okay. Wow. Need to verify anybody? No. Cyclops. Hey man, got buffed. They got buffed. Did Bells Invigorate? Gizras, Protector, Eithne. Symbiosis with Invigorate. Donk. I mean, this leader does protect cheerfulness. This leader does protect the movement stuff. Is this really better than the nature one though? Because you don't get bodies now on all your nature cards. You don't get free bodies at least. You have to have what exactly I think? It's the only symbiosis unit. Huh. It's hurting your eyes. Sorry. Invigorate, just make the movement engines stronger than they were when they were nutty. What? The movement engines haven't really changed. Catwitcher's adrenaline dropped by 1. It's the only thing that's changed, right? Like, the deck was never really nutty. People just didn't know what was good. Your Uprising deck. I'm sorry to disform with Invigorate, Experimental Elves. Yeah, and the nice thing about the Symbiosis leader with movement is at least that gives you a bunch of treants that count as units on the board for your Gizras. But even then, like, I don't know how much I like that version of movement either. Feels really bad to not play Peace Strike or Deadeye with movement. Smoke him out. Bloody Flail. Okay. Tortoise is big today. He's just chilling. He's just chilling. Here's to see if we see any good moves tonight. You guys are verified. Still waiting on Grufield's last deck. 10 minutes till we get started. Still plenty of time to sign up for the tournament if you want to play. What's a tortoise eat? He has like a special reptile cereal and he eats like greens and stuff. Anything weird happening here? The weirdest thing is not playing Ancient Foglet. No Ancient Foglet. Red Riders and Argith. Why is there no Ancient Foglet? Oh. It's so much frost. How about this one? Lord of Zelda, you're gonna let me down too? No, you got it. You got it. Oh, there's a standalone Bleed Vamp is interesting. Yeah, I mean it's just good rate, right? Especially in Devotion. You don't really need to have other vampires for this to be good. Yeah. Yeah, I got you. There you go. Let me know when you're ready. Elder's bad on his own. But he's not. That's the thing. Like, you can just look at the numbers. He's not bad on his own. He deploys as a 12 for 12. While being a 2-point per turn engine. Feels really slow. I mean, if you're just looking at how much tempo he plays for, when you're in a Devotion deck, he's... So Bleed will tick 3 times on the first one, and then both times on the second one, and then one more on the following turn. So 3, 4, 5, 6. It deploys for 12 tempo. I don't know what you mean. It also makes Indraga Larva a really embarrassing card. It just straight up kills Larva. Then an empty board with just Larvas? Sure, but you want to play your engine early. Cool. Got it. It is queued. Griffith, you are verified. Everybody, you got 6 minutes to check in. Ooh, I wasn't expecting Kiki Queen. I wasn't expecting Kiki Queen Matic when I clicked on this deck. That is... Huh. And red hazes over Dimeridium bombs. There's some stuff going on. That is definitely a spicy one. Scrublord, you're verified. Everybody make sure you check in. If you do not check in, I will have to remove you from the tournament before it begins. We've got 5 minutes. Should be a button right around here that says check in. Let's see, what is this imposter deck? Here we go. Operator, Idoran, Imperas, and Aristocrats. No ball. How many Aristocrats are in this deck? There's Emir. I guess there's no... It's not Devotion because of Operator. It's just Emir and the 2 Seditious. Get Rashid's deck? I did. It's the Quintuple Maddox, right? Let's take a look at Mark's shield wall. Just good stuff, Foltest shield wall. Playing Viso Defender. Opting for no Baron. Instead playing Pavetta for Dun Banners. Just looks sad if you don't draw the Foltest in round 1. And there's no way to tutor for it. I guess the deck building cost of putting a Pavetta in your deck isn't that high. The person to check in. Ball gets Heatwave 90% of the time. Yeah, but ball getting Heatwave is a good trade for the ball deck. Roglass, you're in. Like, ball got Heatwaved most of the time last patch. There's still plenty of Devotion decks on ladder that aren't Heatwaving you. Life Clicker jamming Devo and I. Ah. Yeah, I saw the clip of him learning that Yrden existed. Okay, I know you're here. I'm just gonna check you in. Lycro, if you're here, make sure you check in. I don't think Sexy Chewbacca is here. I do think it's funny that Life Coach played all the way to pro rank with Skellige, so he just didn't know what Yrden did, because no one ever played it against him, or at least he never had to think about what happened when his opponent played it against him. Okay. I guess Lekro is not here. Last chance. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh. Okay, activate bracket. Start tournament. Let's watch this one. Let me also make sure I'm starting rounds manually. Okay, so for those of you that this is your first tournament, what you're going to do is you're going to find your match in the bracket. Wait, is it perfect? Do we have exactly 32 people? Amazing. This has never happened before. We actually have a full tournament, no buys round 1. So what you're going to do is you're going to find your match, then make sure you're logged in, then click on one of your opponent's decks. If you want to see what their decks are, you can go over to the Players tab and click on each deck individually to get the deck links. Click on one of the decks, then a big yellow button will appear under saying ban the deck. Click on that to confirm your ban. After both players have banned, you'll be able to see what decks are banned alongside which player is on coin for each game. After that, just hop into your Gwent client and you should receive game invites shortly. We are going to be watching John Doe against Fromic. Let's see what his deck lists are. Actually, before I do this, let me make sure I am getting deck lists. I do want to have these. Okay, that's running. So Deadeye Ambush. I appreciate the EN link. Just Elaine Matic. Incineratings, Crushings, none of the 5p bombs. Nothing too unusual there. Then we get another last patch deck. Looks like just Warriors. Gonna be fighting for Bloodthirst 3 now instead of Bloodthirst 2 though. Gonna be a little bit harder to make his iced super strong. Okay, just no changes to Line Pockets Crimes. I'd be surprised if this was the correct approach, but baseline it's only so bad, right? Very safe lineup from Fromic there. Next up, we got John Doe. We looked at his Arrakis Swarm list. He said he got to pro rank using this Kikimor Queen, Madoc Renew, Were-Rat, Predatory Dive, Double Red Haze, Ran Warrior deck. I like how we just keep listing off cards that are weird, and it only makes the deck more and more insane. We can also talk about the absence of Dimeridium Bomb in his Madoc deck. I don't know what to expect from this. Hopefully, we get some good games. He has also brought Lined Pockets. Still choosing to play Neuromancy over Going Devotion. Looks like a list from last season. Or this... Yeah, and then lastly we got Double Cross. The newly buffed Stefan at 9 provisions. Letho Kingslayer for Stefan as well. Defender to protect everything, and then Assimilate package. Might be seeing a lot of briberies. Anyway, we have our game invite, so let's get into it. After the bans, you'll be able to see the coin. So if you have a 1 next to your name for that game, you're on blue coin. But you can't see it until the bans are in. Bans are in. Let's see. Monfane, you are on red coin for game 1. Okay, so immediately getting this... getting the Arrakis pile up. I'm very curious to see this deck. We're gonna see. Are we just gonna see like the Varan Warrior committed round 1? We're gonna see the Sheet Troll committed round 1 too. The deck just got so much stuff going on, and all of it's weird. We've got like the total mystery against the deck from last season that we're all familiar with. It's gonna be interesting seeing the experimental brew against the stalwart. Ramik's leading on the safe cracker. Solid 9 points. Enables a potential Necromancy into Justice, so he wants to commit that as well. Kondo just consuming something. Did I miss something? Wait, what happened? Look at all these. Oh, he TA'd the Wererat. TA'd the Wererat, click the Wererat. Okay. And then Pred dive off the save cracker. Got it. Got it. I was looking for a Night Wraith in the graveyard. Wasn't sure what had happened there, but that looks right. So managing to get a really good Pred dive off an open deck list.
Let's see the chaos hands up.
Hey Anna, thanks for the Prime, thanks for the 2 months. Welcome back. Cleaver getting taken out by one of the 2 red hazes in the deck. Red Haze over Diamond Meridian Bomb, immediately paying off for John Doe. Not taking very long to find some value. The armor lost on Cleaver, pretty relevant here. Yeah, Fromic not playing Pig to try to make sure the Cleaver comes down. It's 6 power. Not a whole lot of Crown Splitters. There we are. We got a Sheet Troll online. Good lord. Click Matic to boost the Sheet Troll. Yeah, got some synergy there. Matic does destroy itself, while also helping destroy some of the opponent's units. Kikimor Warrior with plenty of tokens. Oh, and you get to use the Wererat to fuel the Kikimor Warrior. This deck is sweet. This deck is sweet. Okay, Wererat down. Not having any of that. The Wererat was too much. These Kikimors are what, +5 on every click? Disgusting. Now he gets to push with Corinthia Kikimor Queen? Can he find the Kikimor Queen? Here's the Nero. Not playing Mata in these Corinthia Kiki decks is always a little scary. Yeah. Doesn't manage to find the combo. And I guess in this case, even if he was playing the Mata gets the renew before the Kiki Queen. Just go into long round 3. This could still be fine. There aren't... Yeah, there's still Furco. Still Furco Justice. So there will be Tunnel Drill pockets. Tunnel Drill, probably a really good card against a Raucous Queen, or Kikimor Queen. Gonna be hard to keep tokens in play. That said, there are 2 Arrakis Nests and Spontaneous Evolution. Maybe it can be done. Was that a Neuromancy for Flying Redinian? That is adorable. That is one way to thin out your Flying Redinian. Philippa, can you on Kiki Queen too? Oh no. You can also just... Okay, good, good. I was gonna say you can also just not draw your Kiki Queen, but we've avoided that fate. Oh, glad you like the content. They seem to be performing a little bit worse than normal videos, but a little bit worse is a lot better than like viewer battles or the weekly tournament performs on YouTube, so I'm not complaining.
Next time it'll be personal.
Thought they're gonna beat monthly mill videos. It's hard to beat the monthly mill videos. Okay, so there's Defender. Defender can get purified by Kurt. Philippa can yoink one. Tunnel Drill can kill the other. Tavern Brawl can maybe kill one. What? Don't believe there are any Ogreids in his hand. Ooh, wish for the bounty instead. That kind of opens up a window for John here, right? Why did he take that turn to boost it? I'm a Philippa yoink. Oh, no, you're right, you're right. I was tunnel visioned on the Carrot Purify. Greedy with the bounty. Yeah. Can he kill it this turn? So you go Crown Splitter Pockets. You have 8 coins. 8 coins is 4 times 3. Gives you 12, and then you can leader charge, kill it. And once this is dead, then the floodgates open and everything else dies too. I don't know if this is better than Purifying, but it still works. Drill can die now. That's huge. But there's still Philippa Tavern Brawl and the Bloody Good Fun to try to fight over the Kikis. You can go Chimera, Consume the Carinthier, a Nero for Renew. But then you don't have units to play to trigger the Thrive. So I don't know if we'll see that. Yeah, this Philip is rough. Yep, just playing it slow. Maybe the idea is just like Chimera, Chimera. Oh wait, did Frommet kill the Corinthier? Well, that's big. Fortunately, the row has 8 units in it, so it doesn't work. But... There's no coins for Philippa! Now there's coins for Philippa. I'm gonna sit on 9, get the boat back. What's the Aniro for over here? The Aniro here is the Gourd. Boom. But now Philippa comes down on the Kiki.
I've no mercy for your
What's
kind.
Renew doing? There's not a good Corinthier. This doesn't matter. Guess you can go Arrakis Nest melee and then Renew She-Troll. That's pretty big. Renew She-Troll and Nero for Glusty to eat the melee drones. That's... Or no, you can't get Renew and Glusty though. Where at to a Nero Glusty? I mean, is it Nero Glusty? I don't know. We'll see what line John Doe comes up with. I don't think he has the points. Here's the Chimera. Here's the Gourd. Let's see what John can come up with here. Gourd for 12. Trigger the Thrive on the Kiki Queen. John guns the Aniro. I think he knows what he's looking for. Or not. Okay, just Glusty. Nothing spicy. Not enough points. Looks like this Arrakis deck still has more games to play in the series, as Lined Pockets from Frommet gets through in the first game. What's good against bleeding decks? Most things, generally. I mean, it's hard to say right now. I don't know how good the bleeding decks are. A lot of the time, you're going to want to either be good against their push. I mean, what does a bleeding deck mean? Does bleeding mean, like, Orianna? Because historically, those decks have liked to push. Now they might have enough engines, they just want a long round 3, and they're more of an engine-focused deck. It's hard to say without knowing exactly what you mean by bleeding deck. Because, like, last season, there were the Carapace decks as well, which were sort of bleeding decks. There's the new Ancient Foglet weather decks, which are pretty bleed-heavy as well, though they probably don't play Orianna. And then you've got, like, Bloodset Vampires, which might play completely different than the last time it was good.
I sense strong magic.
But it's really hard to answer this question when there's not, like, a stock list. You kind of just got to go with the flow and figure out what you can do in the matchup. Yeah, the Foglet bug was fixed. They fixed it at the same time as they fixed the draws. Okay, so we got John Doe playing the same deck again, now trying to get his win through against SK Warriors. There is a Morkvarg for tall removal. Plenty of things to pick off Arrakis drones. Squirtle can answer Kikimor Warrior. Or Kikimor Queen. I remember historically this was a matchup that was very hard to navigate from the SK side, but this was also like a year ago. I think that was like the last time the Kikimor Queen was a viable deck. Things have changed. Let's see if Kikimor Queen can keep up with the modern version on SK Warriors. As John Doe pulls his Matic out on his first turn. Fromik respecting the points potential, committing his gold card on blue card, the second card here. Getting on the board with that tempo play. Might just see... no, just taking the time to establish a Ran Warrior. Clicks on the Matic to grow the Ran Warrior, even though there is nothing in the melee row. Whoa, a TA on Berserker, trying to maximize the amount of pings that it gets, even though it'll transform a little later now. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate for newish players. Your best bet is unfortunately probably just to make another account and get all the new cards. On the bright side, they've said that it was a bug and will be fixed in a week, so if you make a new account now and then come back in a week, you'll get the flex on new players with all your sweet cards that they're not getting. Really just a mess all around. Just a mess all around. Raucous Nest coming out for John Doe. I mean, these are all gonna die, right? Marauder in hand, Herkia Click probably wants to be used as well. Ooh, we're going for the Blood Eagle instead. Pull out a Brockvar Hunter. This is what we're seeing to kill the last drone. Leave that Ran Warrior lonely on the board. Is it a beast? It is a beast. Playing the old Adrenaline Rush mode on Spontaneous Evolution. Which should be renamed to Peepo Coins. I feel like that's chat's thing more than my thing. Ooh, a Morkvarg going out. Okay, okay. I'm playing a couple more golds, try to get round control. And he gets it. Plants are your thing. You know what? That's honestly true. You got me. Also, where did Taurus Cam go? He was having so much fun watching his weekly tournament. Oh, no, he just left. Okay. I think Tortoise was scared of all the bugs. Okay, Fromik gonna try the long round here. Sort of understandable against the Renew version, but does he have enough answers for everything? Blaze can kill one, Squirtle can kill one. And one lives? Game crashed. Oh no. Rip. Let's see. Community. How do I set my channel points names? I don't even know. Viewer reward. Oh, here we go. Channel points. Edit. There you go. They are now Peepo coins. Into round number 3. Can Arrakis Swarm survive all the removal from SK Warriors? Oh wait, we're missing a very important card in this hand. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, sometimes it's just not meant to be, chat. Some games you just lose, and there's nothing you can do about it. Unfortunate that we don't get to see a good showing from the Arrakis deck. Oh, that's brutal. That's brutal. Like, you can't even really blame the deck for that. It's just his 3 most expensive cards all stuck in the deck when it matters most. Would be very impressed if he managed to make this work. He can still go, like, Corinthia on Sheetroll, maybe? And that might be enough somehow. Does have Were-Rat as well. There are Peepo coins. What do you mean?
Turncoats, rats.
Squirtle going after the defender. Kikimora Warrior living at 1. And here's the Corinthia. Surely we're making a... yeah. Makes the Sheetroll. Leader charge, consume that. Next up you go Sheetroll here. Kikimora Warrior, consume Kikimora Warrior, and then you can put Were-Rat near the new Kikimora Warriors. Did he just not kill Defender this turn? Oh, he couldn't kill Defender this turn. This wasn't on Adrenaline yet. Oh, man. Wait, that's big. I was under the impression that, ooh. So he gets another setup turn under the Defender. Wait, Sheetroll there. Okay, maybe the Were-Rat's not going melee. We could have with War of Clans on Hunter. True, true. Or I guess next turn you can still... the position doesn't matter too much. You can still put the Were-Rat here and then... eat.
I've got you like fishes.
Okay, are we going to see... I'm probably not going to see Leader used. That would be crazy. There's a nice... these Sheetrolls get to grow some more. That's a fucking predatory dive. He's got a match cancel, even though there's still time for your opponent to show up. Yeah, you might have to play friend matches. So, Iced throws the Yoda at one of the She-Trolls. If only these cards weren't literally Predatory Dive and Red Haze.
All that dancing around. It's not for me.
Sure, you can do that first. That's pretty big. You can Red Haze the Herald. Now, this is the turn you have to ice. Which means you're not getting... Because if you don't ice this turn, these grow out of range of 12 damage. So you're not getting the deploy on the ice. You don't have Bloodthirst 3.
No retreat! Not one step!
Big swing coming through.
So, no one else.
Then we
dares
got a
face
Pred
me?
dive for 2 coming through. Oh. It's... Okay, so he's going for the Kaduk. Bear Witcher, kill off another... Do you kill off the Matic here so he can't click it? Yeah.
And consider it done.
Don't let him try to high roll damage into She-Troll boosts. I don't think this is going to be enough, though. $55? Yeah. 56. But War of Clans plus the Heron Kaduk click easily takes it. Man. That's a really close game, considering the 3 most expensive cards are stuck in the deck for the Kikimor Queen player.
Morhog Devarye!
Rough. Vromic making it through. Some unfortunate games there for our Kikimor hero. Guys, you tied. Okay, well, sounds like I should move my spectator token over to you guys. And your Heart Monsters won? Man, that... that was a real unfortunate draw. Game 1 was sort of expected, but like even there, Syndicate did draw quite a bit better. No Tortoise. Well, still no Tortoise. I guess if they just drew, this might be the wrong game to have the spectator token on. You know what would be really sick is if the tournament platform had a button that just said spectate next available game. That would be really nice. What are we watching next? Fergie B versus Zaz. Apparently they drew their first 2 games. Did I play? Nah, I've never played that. We might at some point when we're really digging deep for a meme, but haven't had to reach that deep. It's gonna break so much shit. Just like a button to click that lets you spectate the next time there's a match available to watch. I feel like that shouldn't be too hard. I don't know. There are a lot of things that seem like they wouldn't be hard that end up being impossible, so I should be careful with what I wish for. Consider playing a bounty deck. I don't know. I have a mid-range syndicate deck built that will probably play, if not tomorrow, then on Monday. Down here, Fergie B and Zaz. Let's bring up their deck lists. Yeah, Professor buff is sick. Professor and Torsen, but I don't know how much bounty you'd necessarily want to play. Like, you don't need a lot, right? Like, you don't have to be playing bounty for Professor to be good. Professor fuels his own bounty. You sort of don't want to be playing other bounty cards with Professor. Like, there's definitely diminishing returns on the amount of bounty that you have. You also don't need bounty for Junior to be good. Yeah. Like, you only want so many bounty effects. Professor, Menga, Graydon worked pretty well. Yeah, I wasn't playing Graydon or Menga. I was playing Poisons over bounties. They just... I don't know. Poisons just seem a little bit better. They don't require you to have... Like, with Poisons, you just play 2 4P cards. With Bounty, you're playing your 4P card, and then you have to commit a spender, too. You have to play, like, Witch Hunter Execution in your deck if you want to try to cash out, like, Slanders and stuff. Just costs a little bit more. Anyway, so the next match we are going to be hopping into is going to be Fergie B against Zaz. What have these players brought? Fergie B has got Inspired Zeal. We got Erland Commandos? Ooh. I mean, that is a way to make your commando combo bigger in round 3. Normally you just play Draug, but... Huh. Wait, why Erland? It's just that you have the option to play it early for carryover? And then in round 3 you also get to play it on all the commandos you shuffle back? Like, he's opting to not play full tests. That's so weird. Erland. I've seen a lot of commando lists playing Erland at higher ranks. Why? Like, I'm not saying it's bad, I just don't understand why. Like, what makes it better than Draug or even Voimir? It just seems so expensive for... It's taking the Draug slot or the Foltest slot. Makes Meave inspired. There's no Meave in the deck. What else does this deck have? It's got a Peller. It's got a Peller? It's got a Donamir, too. Wait, why does it have a Donamir? Is this deck supposed to have a full test? This deck has no engines. I guess in like the round where you're jamming a commando and only getting one commando out of deck, it could be nice to have Defender. Looks like you forgot to put full test in the deck. That's my impression. Just looks weird. I don't know. Anyway, moving on from that deck, we got a White Frost Devotion. Taking advantage of the new Ancient Foglet. For spawning Frost, we got Aridin, Ardgeth, and one Naglfar's crew, as well as 2 Foglets in the bronzes. To consume the Foglets, there's a Barghest and a Cyclops. Oh, good night, Sophist. Still can't find your opponent. I think he... Did he say he had to leave? Give me 1 second. I think he might have said something in chat and then dipped. Yeah. At 10:23, he said he had to go. And that you had to win. Seems something came up. I'll get that for you. My bad. Nada 2 over Sophist. Alright. Got that in. But yeah. Frost Fog monsters. Bit surprised to not see Crimson Curse thrown in with Ancient Foglets. I get that it's like a little clunky with all the other Frost, but Crimson Curse is already a lot of points, and being +5 on Ancient Foglet is a lot. a lot. And lastly, Imperial Formation. Yeah. This is like it's not playing ball, but I feel like something like this is like the level 0 Nilfgaard deck. I would probably opt towards ball and just go Devotion. But emphasizing the soldiers a little bit more to take advantage of the armor from Imperial Formation. There is no curse. That's what I'm saying. I'm surprised to see that there's no curse. Playing a Sweers. I guess that's another... it's another warrior. Enforcers with how many spies? Informant, Emissary... No Coup, Brothans, Roderick, Kanta. Oh, he's playing Gorther Kanta with no Joachim. I should have gotten the invite. I love the tournament platform. It's my favorite thing in the whole world. Christ. How about I unspectator and then respectator? No, don't click back. Just play. I'll try to find another game to watch. Because I'm pretty sure if you click back, it's just not going to do anything. You're going to have to play friend matches. Wanted to watch Zaz. I did too. We can still go over the deck lists, though. Speaking of Zaz, Ooh. Whoa, what is this? We got Imprisonment Ball. The Aristocrat Count's got Vincent, Shylard, a Thirsty Dame, and 2 Van Morelom Hunters. Playing Knickers and Roach. Vrygif Reamed for 1 Slave Infantry, 2 Dalerans. Double King Cobra. No Rot Tossers. King Cobra costs 5? I legitimately did not know that. I mean, it sort of gives you a slave infantry target. Kind of. It's a 3. What is slave infantry targeting? Is it just like mirror tech? Ah, good night, Anna. How we going? Huh. Yeah. Poison heavy imprisonment. Cool to see what everyone thinks is like the way to build Nilfgaard going forward. This is also very different from a ball deck that I would have tried to construct. Curious to see if it works out for him. Next up, we got Blood Money. This heavy bounty. No, just blood money for funsies. He's got a Kurt and Professor. Playing Horson Jr. with no devotion. I mean, I guess it's just the same Horson as last season. The card is a card. Nero Heatwave. He really likes a dog. Dog in 2 of his 3 decks. Oh, he's Matic. Matic too. 2 4 bombs. Bloody good fun. Kong. You're playing Ball, Spies, non-devotion build. Didn't get to too many games, but one all for you. Yeah. There are a lot of different things you can try in Nilfgaard for sure. Sure. And then lastly, White Frost with no Ancient Foglets. Which seems crazy to me, but we got 1 Naglfar's crew, Ardgith, no Red Riders, Aridin. So taking advantage of the Aridin buff here is the idea. That the only buffed card in the deck. We're not ready to play a tournament at 8 AM. Yeah. Yeah. It happens. Frostless looks a little janky. Yeah, I don't know. And if you were to show me this list last season, I would just be like, yeah, that looks like a normal Wild Hunt Frost list. I think it's just surprising that it's not taking advantage of more of the buffs, especially going Devotion. Would have thought you'd at least try to jam Ancient Foglet. Maybe play like the newly buffed Elder. Card's just good value. See that many 1-of bronzes is not a great sign. In monsters, maybe. I think like NR decks can really take advantage of 1-of bronzes like this. These are pretty techy too. Like, you don't really want to play 2 Taskmasters or 2 Bruisers ever. 1 natural selection just to have the option for removal. I think that's true when you start seeing like splits between like engine cards as one ofs rather than like splits between tech cards as ones. Like one Naglfar's crew is a little weird, but it's not like there's another 5p card that he's also playing one of. It's not like there's one Naglfar's crew, one in Dragalarva. There's a clear priority, and he just wants the techs. He's won the most tournaments. I think 2 people have won 3. I believe Kuno has won 3, and Sophist won 2 back-to-back. Married win 3. 1, 2. I think he just won 2. Yeah, I mean, you can scroll through here. I think there are 2 people tied with 3 wins, but I'm not sure if it's 2 people tied or if it's just Kuno. Full control SY looks absolutely insane. Yeah. The Singleton Cleric of the Flaming Rose is a bit weird. I don't know. Single Cleric, single Kong. Just as a way to get points in play, I guess. Duo still third last to finish. You're fine. At least you didn't draw twice. Any Vainglory techs? I haven't seen any when looking at deck lists. We can bring up another lineup while we're here, since we're just kind of chilling while we wait for the rest of these matches to finish. Oh wait, what happened with Fergie versus Zaz? The tournament platform's not updating with it. Do matches just break when you draw twice? That would be funny. Let's check out. Well, let's see what Sound of Snow brought. I bother sending bug reports. I try to when it's something brand new. But there's not a whole lot of brand new bugs. It's just stuff that keeps happening. Okay. So Sound of Snow bringing Hidden Cache Devotion, presumably? Yeah. So the Horde payoffs are... We got Boat, Saul, and 2 Peaches, and the Ransackers. Double Mutant Maker for Devotion. Playing 2 Jackals, 1 Urchins. Leaves him with how many Blind Eyes? He's playing Tin Boy. That's an extra top-end Blind Eye. So Tin Boy, Adriano, double Peaches, and the Urchins. Play enough. Opting for Ewald and Horst, the newly buffed brothers. Interesting. Is Devotion SY worth it? Horson Jr. is nutty. Absolutely nutty. The only thing you're really giving up is a Nero and Heatwave. Neither of those cards are the end of the world to give up. Battle Trance. Yeah, the Darren is for round 2 is ready. I don't think it actually is. I'm pretty sure Fergie and Zaz are playing. Darrening a Nero. It is pretty spicy. Playing the Dire Bear. Oh man. Dire Bear, Covenant of Steel. Can't easily get... I guess you can Spellblood Priest to damage it. Yeah, I mean, I guess if Dire Bear makes sense in any SK deck, it makes sense in like really engine heavy ones, where their removal is already taxed. You used to have Dire Bear Jordan. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Then last up, Double Cross. Operator just for Assimilate bronzes. Not even like purifying ones, just 4 provision ones. Not playing Nausicaa's either. All matches ended. They're not. We're waiting on some people that are playing friend matches. Or at least some people that the tournament platform is bugging out on them for. The Zaz match is still ongoing. So we're just looking at deck lists until the round is actually over. What about Mark? Got Nauseous to improve the consistency of Joachim and Portal. I mean, I sort of see that, but I just feel like Nausica's are better than Assimilate units most of the time, aren't they? Oops. It's worse with Operator, but... I feel like Nausica's just get bigger. I guess maybe that's not true when you're not playing Diviners. I don't know. Anyway. Mark Looped has brought off the books Reckless Flurry and Shield Wall. So we got another take on Devotion SY. This one's really similar to a list that I threw together. I bet if we operate. Yeah. Understandable. You won. No, I got you. The tournament platform was messed up your match completely. So Zaz through So, what do you guys drew the first 2 games? Is that what happened? Because this is a new bug. I have to report this. Is oh, you didn't join the first match because you quit. And then you drew. Oh, so that's not completely accurate then. Let me get the round started. Hold up. We are going to watch. Let's go Patsy Gruffiod. I think Gruffiod had some spicy decks. And Patsy's always got a bit of spice. Okay, the round has begun. If you're playing in the tournament, make sure you get your bands in. And watch the players. We'll be watching a match as soon as there's a match to watch. So let's bring up the deck lists. Yeah, unfortunately you can't start watching a match while it is in progress. You're being lukewarm? Did I accuse you of being lukewarm? When did I do that? Am I sure I started it? Yes. Are you not able to ban? You might want to make sure you're logged in. Okay, Patsy's got Reckless Flurry, Fruits of Yizgith, and Call of Harmony. Patsy's Pirates! Demon Worship. Not playing the new 4P Warriors, instead opting to try to take advantage, of Demon Worship. Wait, also not playing... Oh wait, is this not Pirates? I saw Croc and got excited. There's Croc and Holger. I guess it's kind of Pirates. It's definitely not Warriors. Just like discard SK with the Pirate Golds. Playing Raiding Fleet with Worship is scary. Huh. Interesting. Then the Fruits of Yizgith. Looks like a pretty normal-ish list here. Adoran, Carinthier, where we're at. He's been playing this last couple of weeks. 26 card portal discard. And lastly, Call of Harmony, Waters of Brokilon, Gezra, Saskia. Looks pretty similar to the list he's been playing the last couple of weeks. Not sure anything here got changed. Okay, his opponent, Gruffiod. What's he got? We got Deadeye, Overwhelming Hunger, and Imperial Formation. For Deadeye, we're playing poisons. We got Marl in the Feign Death deck. Single Forest Whisperer. Not playing Tree. Double Ranger. So Marl, Ranger, Whisperer as the poisons. Cat Witchers with no other movements. Half-Elf Hunters as... Half-Elf Hunters and Percival for Harmony. Trained Hawk as well. alongside the Rangers. So it's like sort of a Harmony light deck, not playing Waters of Brokilon. Like a hybrid Elf Harmony. Got the Feign Death Verno Yaven package. But the bronzes are a little more Harmony focused. Overwhelming Hunger. Ooh, here we go. We got Redea Hunger. So using the new Urn of Shadows both as the stratagem of choice, as well as being a stratagem option off of Redea to let you Maruna twice. Maruna, Werecat, Manticore, Karen as the gold Deathwish units that are valid targets for the Urn of Shadows. In addition, in the bronzes, we got the newly buffed Foglet that makes 2 rows of fog. And Night Wraith? He's playing Fiend. This deck seems kind of low on Death Wishes, no? Interesting. I would have thought like maybe we'd see like a Harpy Egg, but not even that. Okay. And then last up, we got Imperial Formation. Madoc. Imperial Formation Madoc. There we go. The Standard Bearer. Slave Hunters. But anyway, we've got a game to jump into. So let's hop into game number 1 here between Patsy and Gruffudd. What's this Ramen doing? Crossbowman, Slave Hunter, Standard Bearer. Not playing Nausicaa's because of all the bombs taking up space. As well as the bombs being bad with Nausicaa's. A Seer for... Can you a Seer a Fawn? No, there's no way to put a Fawn on top. This year just to like try to double Brothans. No Tortoise. Huh. Well, as soon as these players both ready up, here we go. Into game number 1 between Patsy and Gruffudd. If we take a look at the bans while we wait for the loading screen to load, we got Patsy's Reckless Flurry banned. We never get to watch Patsy's Pirates. And Gruffudd's Nilfgaard deck was banned on that side of the table. Game 1, we got Patsy's Gurney up against the Elf Harmony hybrid from Gruffudd. Patsy looking pretty good with a nice Thrive Curve in the hand. That gets rid of the round 3 card in the Azrael. We got Larvas into Bruxa. We got a Yigern that we can get down in order to get in our graveyard. Curious to see how highly he prioritizes saving the Were-Rat versus just getting it down. Maxi to set the order of the deck. Oh, I missed the stratagem. Yeah, playing the new Basilisk Venom. Enabling 1-turn poisons. Not really a 0-point stratagem. He's only got the 1 poison in hand. It's not like anything's getting wasted here. Wait. Oh wait, this isn't... Oh, it is a 0-point stratagem. I mixed up my Archer Dryad ladies. Whoops. I was real confused. Patsy curving his Thrives out. Gruffudd getting his carryover down. Harmony's looking pretty alright. Still has a Dwarf and a Witcher to play. That said, 0 point TA could prove to be a liability.
Got a hearty hankering for Gwent.
What are you thinking right now if you're Patsy? The whole strength of that stratagem is that you get to complete the poison in one turn. That's a weird time to click it. I feel like you're better off just never clicking it and forcing your opponent to respect it throughout the round. Yeah, that's a pretty big tell.
Right, fine.
Because, like, maybe he wouldn't want to play the Were-Rat and risk growing it bigger.
We shall drive the ape men into the sea.
If that TA was still sitting there. Where now he just gets to get the engine down, have it consume the fruit every turn, with no fear of the stratagem double poisoning. They are Harmony Elves? There's no Redea. It's just Harmony Elves. Spores playing for some points on the Were-Rat. Looking rough for Griffith, though. Patsy gets to just look at his deck with the Maxi this turn. Trigger all the Thrives. Continue to get Were-Rat value.
No magic can.
46 to 40.
Style. That's right.
There we got the Adrenaline Cat Witcher. How much do we want to save this Duragare? Saving Duragare for Gezeros may be necessary. I don't think there's another answer. Unless just the bleed is the answer. Yeah. Continuing to feed the Were-Rat. Striga, unfortunately, not triggering the Thrives. But doesn't matter as the Phantom is getting clicked to finish off that Cat Witcher. Patsy takes round 1 on even. 0 point TA. Not enough to keep the card. Neophytes are pretty sick now. They're not great, but they're like an extra point or two. And they're kind of fun to play with. They give you like an extra sub game to think about. 2 elf bodies matters in the Isengrim round. Extra Dead Eyes matter in the Verno round. Like, in a way, if you're transforming 2s and they play for 6 base, that's 6 base while putting 2 Dead Eyes in play, which gives you 4 more points on Verno. They almost play as a 10 for 4 in round 3. Almost. So certainly when you're like Redeaing out the stratagem, that's a big deal. So Patsy Pushin leads on the Larva, missing his current Theer target, but don't think he's too worried. Griffith does threaten a lot of damage reach with Yavin.
Do you hear? They approach.
Gets the Feign Death. We still just like play the Bruxa, right? Learns 2 Neophytes, really good at stopping opponents' pings. Yeah, yeah. You can like play Neophyte into a Longship too. And your opponent has to like kill the Neophyte immediately, otherwise it can get transformed back up to 3. The card's really dynamic. It's really fun to play with. I think they nailed the rework on Neophyte. Right there just for Beast. There's a Phantom too, but he already played the Phantom, so I think at this point it's just Beast and potentially Thrive unit. Doing other things for Nightbrow and Gurney. No, Corinthier with Idoran is nuts. Corinthier is the reason Gurney's a playable deck. Do Neophytes outside of the stratagem? You could do it in Elves. I was playing just Neophytes natural in my Elves deck. Newcomer return their Elves to experience Marksman. Don't think about it too hard. Just continuing the bleed, trying to make round 3 as short as possible to make Gezeras as bad as possible.
Your next move shall be your last.
Might as well just play the Corinthier here. Do you want to go into a 5-card round or a 4-card round? I imagine you want to hold on to your golds, but not the best deck remaining for keeping Corinthier around. Ooh, hops with Derogare. Okay. So not worried at all about Gezeras in a short round.
The wilds shall reclaim your fields.
Pretty much any faction's fine to start with, especially now. The Scoia'tael starter deck is probably pretty beginner friendly. I think that's just a nature Devo. But this week is probably the best time there will ever be in Gwent to be a new player. You can play whatever faction you want. A lot of people find the Nilfgaard starter deck really fun. Just full assimilate. Might be hard to like wrap your head around. It's a very weird deck, but a very fun deck too. Okay, Griffiad's got Marl, Ranger, Gezeras, Yavin. Here's the Gezeras. The Corinthier Beast is going to die to the Yavin. Yeah, Nero's probably just getting Azrael. No, he's going for the Idoran. I mean, I guess this doesn't die to Yavin. Doesn't die to Yavin, and it's good against poisons. This is a... Yeah. Yeah, you know there's no answer to it. Sure. My new account. The starter decks are bugged, and they're giving you like the nuts in the starter decks. It's like full, almost top tier decks. It's a little harder to play than the other faction. There's probably not enough. You should play it if you're interested. The biggest problem with Syndicate is Syndicate doesn't have a starter deck. It's way harder to get a Syndicate deck together. Whereas right now, if you're making a new account, you start with like a full Assimilate deck, a full Devotion Monsters deck, a full Devotion Symbiosis deck. A full NR Devotion deck. There's one more. Oh, a full, it's full SK Warriors, right? Yeah, just the nuts. You still get... No, it's like literally tier 1 decks. They accidentally pushed the optimized versions of the decks rather than the starter decks. Yeah. It's like evolving cards and everything. No, they clarified on the podcast it was an accident.
One arrow. That's all I need.
It will be fixed next week. Yeah, and Goliath takes it! Goliath takes it! The Iteran line was sick. I didn't even... Yeah, wow. I didn't even consider that there was just no answer for the Iteran. It was guaranteed to walk. Huge. Yeah, Iteran was definitely better than Osriller. Rewarded for keeping the current theory. Rewarded for looking at his opponent's deck list. Didn't got a mistake. There was a communications error. So what happened was Slama made 2 lists. One was what the starter deck was supposed to be, and one was what the players are supposed to be able to build into easily through reward tree unlocks. And they pushed the final version of the optimized decks as the starter decks, rather than what the starter decks were supposed to be. They're not going to yoink the cards back. I'm sure they won't yoink the cards back. But new accounts won't be given everything. Nice communication. I thought they said anything on their official accounts, or if it's just on the podcasts. Yeah, I think they just said it on the podcast rather than having any official statement. Nope. No. Well, they said they're fixing it next week. I don't know when the reward trees are getting implemented. Probably should say this in this time. Yeah. Treasure's a hook. No, it was completely a mistake. It was 100% a mistake. Because they talked to the ambassadors about what they were planning on doing, and this was not what they were planning on doing. Like, everything Slama said was what he was saying to us ambassadors like a month ago. There's no conspiracy here. Okay, anyway, we got game 2 here. We got Patsy's Harmony up against Griffith's Deadeye again, trying to sneak through.
Still upon my lips.
So, what is better, Full Harmony or the more hybrid approach? Waters of Broccolon or Feign Death? Vernacial
We shall
or
drive
Saskia?
the ape men into the sea.
When you say it that way, certainly the elf deck sounds a lot more powerful. But is the Harmony deck more than the sum of its parts? There are no Syndicate starter decks, they just ignore me. I think those are just coming later. They prioritized getting the new starter decks out before they had the whole experience fleshed out. Because as they said on the podcast, the idea was supposed to be there were going to be these starter decks, and then there was reward trees that go along for each faction that contain all the unlocks to get to those decks that you see right now when you make a new account. And they're probably just waiting to have the Syndicate deck until they had the reward tree ready. Really good idea how it's supposed to work. Yeah. Just like an easy path forward to get to a good deck. Will the reward trees come? I don't know. I thought it was going to be at the same time as the starter decks. But I guess they weren't ready yet. It might be one of those mid-season things, because they're able to update the reward tree without a client update, right? They've done it before.
Time for you to die, Dwan.
Using the reward book related to Chinese New Year? Not everything. The reward book's a bunch of stuff. Oh, I mean exactly. Yeah, I think they are, aren't they? What's the current year? Yeah, I don't know when league season's starting. Pretty sure we're confirmed to be getting the new cards in June. In reviews, you'll get really frustrated running the high level decks at low ranks. It really sucks for players that started playing a week ago. At least if they're not willing to make a new account. And like, it does feel sort of shitty to be playing the game for a bit, only to be worse off than someone making a fresh account. I think those are the players that have a valid complaint. The ones that have been playing for like 2 weeks or a month or whatever. Why do you get the tier 0 decks? I don't even think the decks were the problem. I think just... Turns out when your 3 most expensive cards in the deck are stuck on the bottom, you're going to lose. I don't know what the numbers are. Maybe?
Taking a bait. Would you like an arrow to the head instead?
Okay. So in exchange for Feign Death, Harmony Elves gets round 1. Players are both playing Harmony. Interaction and 2 neutrals. Sounds right. Sure. Well, one of these hands looks much better than the other. What's in the Anero? Yavin, Gizros, Marl. There's still goals up for Patsy too. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's like a full play in here for Patsy. Warfried commits the Gezras. Not wanting to get stuck against Waters of Brokilon in a long round 3. Or, Waters of Brokilon's already gone, isn't it? Not wanting to get stuck against Gezras in a long round 3. Harmony engines in general. Missed Voltus twice in round 1, yeah. Are you playing Devotion? I saw someone playing a list that looked like all in on having full test round 1 while also going Devotion. Seems a little greedy.
You may take one plowing step further.
I'm so tired.
I forgot about Second Wind Herald. That was really silly, wasn't it?
Let's hurry.
Never drew a Nero either. Oh, rip. Sometimes you just go out. Trying to drink less coffee. Yeah, that was... I made an effort in like February to cut down my caffeine intake. It was getting out of control. I'm back down to like, what is this, 55, and I don't think these things are much. Like 80 milligrams a day.
No point in showing mercy. No point at all.
My problem is that like I literally can't get out of bed without caffeine. I'm fine for the rest of the day, as long as I'm not consuming too much of it. Can you kill Herald to revive him? You just played it in round 2. Without my Twitch stream. Aw. This is looking pretty good for Patsy. So there's still Gezras Yavin left. He's gonna have card disadvantage. What is this? Just Kirin to... I guess you want the Kirin for the Gezras. There are still leader charges. Interesting spot. Could valve something. No, so I just go for the Ilias. Okay. I guess we end up playing the Valve. Might just not have an LAS target in round 3. Isn't it worth much in the next round? It's worth quite a bit with the leader. That is one of the reasons to play leaders like Deadeye Ambush or Precision Strike with Gezras. Because it just guarantees that Gezras is still good in the short round. Use French Press. I haven't brewed French Press in a while. Last time I made coffee, I just had a pour over. For a year, started drinking again. Your tolerance is completely gone. I feel like you lose your tolerance really fast. Like, I stopped for like a week, and it was like a complete reset. I'm sure it's a little different for everybody. Yeah.
Got a hearty hankering for Gwent.
It's just you have one really miserable week, and then then you're set.
Your next move shall be your last.
Yeah, there are 2 poisons to take out the leader.
I work for the Boomers. Better than work for humans.
So Yavin could take out the Cat Witcher now.
We were not the ones to start this war.
No one knows what's good right now. Mind Pocket is probably still good. But as far as like what the very best decks are for ladder, everyone's just guessing at this point. Getting your caffeine addiction fried from your cold dead hand. The problem with caffeine addiction is that it just keeps getting worse, right? Like as you build up your tolerance, you have to consume more and more caffeine to get the same effect. Like even if you want to continue consuming caffeine, taking a break to reset your tolerance every year or so, probably something worth doing. Your 2 rules: never drink more than a cup a day, and you're trying to drink not working. I used to do that while I was in school. I would have coffee once a week, and it was my most productive day. I think that was a really good way of handling caffeine. But then, like, I started streaming, I needed to be higher energy all the time. So, in a way, streaming caused my caffeine addiction. It appears... it appears elves were better. It's caffeine and you can sleep for 12 hours. I don't know, like, you can sleep for 12 hours, but then still be tired in, like, 2. You can still be low energy after waking up. It's not just about, like, getting sleep. Nope, not gonna take away the new starters.
You talk
One
enough.
Griffith one. For you is only finals week. Yeah, I could see that. It's definitely a better way, No Tortoise, of interacting with caffeine. Your coffee in the morning only. Oh, I'm the same way. That was part of the problem when I was consuming too much caffeine to wake up, was I would get tired like right after my stream. And either have to consume more caffeine or take a nap. That was when I decided it was time to do the reset. Okay, so what's going on here? Griffith's got Manticore and Maruna and Werecat as potential uses for this new Urn of Shadows, which now works on any Deathwish unit. Not great targets for any of that, though. You can Manticore the Fledgling, but can't quite tag the Pavko. Probably gonna be parasiting the Pavko, right? No? Oh, I guess you can use a leader charge as well. Consuming Manticore and leader charge on blue coin. That feels expensive, but eh. Yeah, Brown control is the only thing that he thinks matters. Might be fine. Ambient gold. What keg's good to concentrate on for starters? It really just depends what faction you're playing. Just faction kegs of whatever faction you like are going to be the best. Okay, so Chariot coming down to block the Manticore. Griffith choosing to not use his Overwhelming Hunger charge, letting the Pavko live. And there's Parasite to take it out. Now this Dwarf there. The actual Deathwish on this Manticore, not going to be too big of a deal. Chariots can mitigate the amount of damage Werecat does, but does not get his units out of Marina range.
Who's fast?
And now I shall break you.
I don't think that works as general advice. Some people just don't want to play that type of game. That just seems like the kind of thing where players need to make their own decisions on how much they value exploring versus just getting to the end game and learning the game faster.
Yeah, I work for the police. Better than working for humans.
The old Craft Larva play Gurney still work? Well, right now it's craft nothing, play the starter decks until you're pro rank. There's no need to build a deck right now. Why do you need to learn the game fast? Some people just want to compete. They just want to play on pro rank. Or they enjoy playing like what the best decks are. They like watch a stream, see, oh, that deck looks cool, I want to play it myself. And that's what gets them to try a deck. Everyone's different. Some people don't necessarily want to build their own decks, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Right, yes, and you won't let us talk to strangers.
Game's so generous for rewards, yeah. Also this week it is very generous on the starter decks. Does Roto lead to burnout fast? It depends how much you play, not necessarily. Everyone enjoys the game in different ways.
Ain't much challenge once you knock 'em off their horse.
I'll start with enough scrap to see the deck. Yeah, generally. Generally. This week may be the exception. Nilfgaard isn't as complicated. I think the Nilfgaard starter deck is probably the hardest one to play. The rest are all pretty straightforward. Whereas not only is the math a lot more complicated with Assimilate, but there's way more like hidden variables on the create cards. I think like Anna's in the deck too. It's like you gotta know how your opponent's leader works. The deck just has more important variables. What I'm saying could be typical plays where I played other card games. Yeah, maybe.
No point in showing mercy. No point at all.
Everyone's different. Everyone's coming into the game with different backgrounds. I don't think it's necessarily just other card game people, but that could be a big part of it. Kripyud committing his leader here to keep up with this Gezeras. Gezeras able to get the lacerate on the melee row too. Big game. Oh, no answer to the Gezeras at all either, even after it gets out from behind the defender. I mean, not bad. Not bad. Plays for 9, right? Gives Vitality 3.
We've no need for your forges.
Whoosh. I mean, it's not devotion like the monster starter.
There is
I think
nothing.
Portal makes a ton of sense in that deck. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Not net decking and wasting resources is an easy pitfall to fall into for new players.
Kill you.
Less important now when everyone just has 5 good decks that they get to start the game with, but there is a real cost to exploring the card pool as a new player.
Humans are not to be trusted.
And if the fun in Gwent you find is just wanting to play the game well, to feel like you're outplaying your opponent, then net decking is the way you get to that point. Yeah, that's a runaway Gezeras. Believe that is Patsy taking the series down. And everyone else is in game 3. Only one match we're waiting on. Mark Looped versus Osgan. It logged me out, of course. Yeah, knowing when to pass is the biggest decision in Gwent. For sure. Or molding about harmony. People will always mold about what they perceive to be the best deck, regardless of how much better than the next best deck it actually is. I feel like last season that was especially true. There was so much nonsense you could get away with and still win games. It's a long way from the Witcher 3 version. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, sure. Satanist versus Sad Poro. We can head over there. And then we'll hop over to the other side of the bracket again, and then we'll spectate the finals. Oh, and it looks like we have the round completed entirely. Let's get this started. Round 3 has begun. We are going to be watching Sad Poro against Satanist. Let's bring up those deck lists. Okay, Sad Poro with Off the Books, a Deadeye Ambush, a Battle Trance. This is Devo off the books, using the newly buffed Horson Jr. as well as Professor to get some great removal golds. Playing Luisa Savola, Morels for some tar removal options. Graydon. Graydon with Kurt and Professor as the only bounty givers. I feel like that is going to brick a lot. That is scary. Okay. I mean, when Graydon resolves, Graydon's insane. Oh, there's one Slander, too. Okay. Still. Interesting. Interesting. It is a tribute card. It does have some natural synergy with Off the Books. Then we got Salamandra Mages, of course, to complement all the tributes. Sewer Raiders as the bronze thinning of choice. Double Pontar, the Slander, of course, to give you some more Graydon targets. Mutants Makers, since we're Devotion anyway. And then the normal Spender package. Next up, we got Deadeye Ambush for Deadeye Redea, which got a bunch of cool buffs, with Scoia'tael Neophyte not only being a better 4-provision bronze for the deck, but also improving both the Redea's version of Ainsida Saber? Redea version of Saber, and the Saber off of your natural blue coin as well. Then lastly, we got Battle Trance. This is the the so-called meta perturber that J. William James popularized last season. Anything new going on here? Playing the new Coral. That's cool. I think it's pronounced On Shade. I had just realized, as I was trying to read the card name, that I have never actually pronounced the full card name. I always just called it Saber. Oh, we got game invites already. Hold up. Quickly. Satanist deck lists, Off the Books, Inspired Zeal and Overwhelming Hunger. Another Devotion take for Syndicate. We got King Foltest Cursed Scroll Inspired Zeal to guarantee that that combo gets to go off. And then Urn of Shadows, Death Wish, Monsters. Let's accept this game invite and get into game number 1 of round 3 between last week's winner, Satanist Masochist, and Sad Poro. I mean, you're not really forced to not play 2 factions. You can still just play the game how you want to play it, but you're not going to climb. Like, if you just play at rank 1, there's nothing to climb to, right? Why my avatar? Wait, what do you mean? What avatar? It's rank 1, you have a choice. Yeah, you can decline the terms in the settings and you don't advance to pro rank. You feel pressure to climb if you're pro rank though. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I feel like it's the same way. Either you have no stakes and no reason to climb at rank 1, or there's like an ability to climb at pro rank. I don't know. It's easier to ignore the leaderboard if you're just playing at rank 1. The rat in the boat? Oh, I just thought it looked fun. He's such a happy rat. I want to be as happy as that rat. That's why. Plays got a lot of money. Yeah, it used to be pretty good, but payouts have decreased since beta quite a bit. Rat having the time of his life. Yeah, it's Captain Rat. We could just hold the Cyclops for the Manticore and just kill the next 2 units. Yeah. Looks to be what's going on. This is a really early homecoming trick where you can Cyclops throw your Manticore at a unit in order to have the Manticore kill the second lowest unit. Red Haze for 3, sure. Does not look like Sad Poro cares too much about winning round 1 though. For the sake of competition. Some people just like to compete. Now you can say the same thing about most card games. Most of the players that play like competitive Magic or competitive Hearthstone aren't making great money. Certainly the players competitively like playing Yu-Gi-Oh! That game's prize pools are awful for the amount of time that you put in. Oh, this is round 3 right now. Game do you play to get rich? Poker? I feel like there's probably a better answer, but it's probably just poker. Chess? Is there money in chess? I thought all like the chess money was in sponsorships. No tortoise. Count cards in blackjack. That doesn't seem very stable. Back into the card trading game. I don't know. Maybe when card shops open up again. But probably not while I'm streaming. It's a pretty big time commitment to be like actively buying and selling cards. I go through my boxes of cards every year or so and list a bunch of stuff online. But I haven't really acquired new inventory in the last 2 years. Money can you make off selling cards? That's where the real money is in like Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh! Much like how the real money in online games is in streaming. graphics card? I have a 1080. A good portion of the money you get from selling decks to buy cards for other decks. Huh? The way you make money playing like Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic has nothing to do with playing the game. You're just like buying and selling cards. You buy cards from people that want to sell and sell cards to people that want to buy and just profit off the spread. 3090, will I play a shoot deck? Sure. You got me. What's going on here? Satanist up around 22-8 with a 6 armor Yigern. 6 armor Yigern can eventually get tagged by the Yavin.
The mysteries of this world, boundless they are.
I think this has been on the playlist. It might have been just like someone requested it and I decided to throw it on the playlist. Because if someone cared enough about it to request it, it might as well be on the playlist. Okay, so consumes off the Yigern, not letting his opponent eat those points, and then continues the bleed with a very aggressive Azrael. Probably looking to just save Haunt and some Death Wishes for round 3 as his short round. It's a pretty scary short round. Sad Poro. Likely. There's no Heat Wave, so he doesn't need the Redea for the Feign Death, but looks like he's going for it now anyway. There's the Feign Death, there's the Neophytes. Keeping it within range. Very easy take from here. 5-point gap, still a proc on Feign Death. I think, can you even take with Squirrel? No, 4 or 5. Just short of being able to take with Squirrel, I think. There's one more 2-power elf. Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with most of the Pro Gwent people. I know a few of them were going to school. I'm not sure what Red Dream's doing right now. I think he just graduated, right?
For the Daisy of the Valley!
Demarcation, while going to school. Yeah.
Such a shame, I must kill you.
Yeah. Satan is still fighting here. Commits the Feign Death out. So, Yavin 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Let's go big Death Wish.
Even Neophyte gets ahead. Hey, Southbend, thanks for the Prime. Thanks for the 5 months. Welcome back. Yeah, but like for example, I have no idea what Kolemon or Telbot do outside of Gwent. There's nothing with the player base decrease. Who knows? Probably. I don't know by how much. That'll be an interesting thing to see over the next like year-ish, if like Netflix subscriptions go down. And see like how all the different online services have if there are like user-based losses as people are allowed to leave their homes. And like what the big losers are, and how many companies will retain all their gains. Because I'm sure not everyone's gonna lose equally, right? Sort of the same idea behind people continuing to work from home after this is all resolved. People just get used to a new way of doing things. There's the Yavin, or the Isengrim. Pulls ahead by 5. I don't think this Karen does anything. You can trade it off, but it's just gonna trade for a squirrel. Decides to keep it. We still have a Detlaf deck? Yeah. So Deathwish drawing to Detlaf Corinthier. Elves have Verno in hand. And the Heatwave? Heatwave doesn't matter too much. Picks up the Detlaf and the Corinthier. That's big. I guess the Heatwave answers... Yeah, I mean the Karen does go tall while consuming the Detlaf. That's kind of a problem. There's a Barghest, you can split your consumes. How many leader charges does he have left? They still have both? I think he used at least one, but I might be mistaken. As soon as these mulligans are resolved, we get to verify that. Yeah. 1 charge remaining for him, and then 2 charges remaining for Sad Poro. Spore is also potentially big. So what, you can go Detlaf leader charge, and then just or Corinthier Detlaf leader charge, or you could just like deploy Karen. Like ideally you have a bunch of things that are all around like 10 to try to minimize Heatwave value. You don't want to go like Detlaf double consume, but you also don't want to get your Detlaf Heatwaved. I guess a Corinthier Detlaf getting Heatwaved is only losing 11. And then you can use your leader charge on the deployed Detlaf. And you're always given 11-point Heatwave anyway on the Karen. Yeah, like you actively don't want to use your leader charge on the one So the play here is Corinthia Detlaf, no consume. This is, I believe, tied with the best heat wave he gets. Oh no, one of these has to consume twice, right? One, yeah, 2, 3. So there will be a 15-point heat wave later on the Barghest. Or no, because you can use this Barghest twice, and this one only goes to 11. So this goes to 11, then you have Karen to consume this once, and then Alita Shard to consume this once. Yeah, 11's the best. 11's the best heat wave he gets. There we go. We figured it out. We figured it out.
Another little thunderbolt. Charlotte.
Yeah, the goal is to minimize the value of the tar removal as much as you can. So much more math in open deck lists. Yeah, when you know what you have to math around, you're able to just do math. Or in closed deck lists, there's so much guesswork. You don't have time to do math around Heatwave and Vanilla Geralt and Yurden and Igni. So you just like look at the board and try to estimate what's going to give you the best odds. And is this a tie? Oh no, there's a leader charge. No. Never mind. Okay. Looks like Sad Poro's taking it. Don't, yeah, he's got it. He remembers. Sad Poro taking the game. It was game 1, right? Yeah, I believe that was game 1. Alchemy and how obnoxious that deck was. I didn't mind Alchemy. Thought the deck was pretty cool. I feel like Alchemy was like control deck done right, where it forced you to play a bunch of weird cards in order to play your good removal stuff. Like Viper Witchers are really good, but you couldn't just jam removal cards. You had to put in like Mahaka Males. You had to put in. Some decks were playing like literal Swallow Potion just because they needed Alchemy cards. Mardrome Tech. Like, compare Alchemy to modern unitless ST. I'd much rather have a deck like Alchemy in the game. Okay, what's this? We got the
Shotgun
off-the-books
water's still
mirror.
got
I believe this is... They're both Devotion, right? They're both playing the newly buffed Professor and the newly buffed Horson Jr. This list playing Louisa Savola and Sad Poro not playing Louisa but playing Savola. Sad part also playing the greedy Graydon. Yeah, I mean, if you just go into a chat and say your deck is bad, I don't know how you phrased it, but that seems like an easy way to get banned. Stops opponents from launching stream to get info. Sportsmanship. The ratio of points in control is an alchemy. It's more overtuned than that of double ball. Alchemy was never even the best deck. Alchemy was like regularly a tier 2 deck that had some good matchups against specific decks. Yeah, I mean, that's a great way to get banned. I don't even blame him for banning you. You didn't answer his question.
Not the day I've imagined for a little rendezvous.
If you phrased it as obnoxiously as you phrased it above, then sure, totally reasonable ban. I choose Ludo. I like Ludo a lot, yeah. If you're playing Bounty, I don't know. Maybe with like the Slander and the Curt, it pushes the Clown over the top. Professor Guard? I haven't played with it yet, but it seems really good. It gets a lot of points.
How many sweet rolls could I get for a diamond?
Like, on the surface, there's a 1-point buff, but the difference between 3 damage breakpoint and 4 damage breakpoint, like, a lot of things die to 4 damage. You can kill, like, Nausicaa Sergeants, Brockvar Hunters, all sorts of engines with 4 damage. Where 3 is generally a much easier number to trade up with. Like, stuff like Dip in the Pontar at 4 provisions already trades up with a lot of 3-power engines. And similarly with the Bounty, whenever you're bouncing and killing a 4-power unit, you're getting 2 points. So like this on a Nausicaa Sergeant not only is killing their engine, but also playing for 14 points. What about distribute as well? I don't think so. Oh! No, that's just because of off the books. Just because of off the books. It's cool that his tribute is free while you have a Salamandra Mage in play. I'm sure that matters sometimes. Against if your opponent, like Skellige, they play a light long ship. Distribute the Professor while you have a Salamandra Mage in play. It's not like you're losing anything. It's not like you would get the Salamandra coins if you didn't spend on the tribute. Yeah, Horson's nuts. Horson's just nuts. Okay, so there's the pass. Taking the pass with the Salamandra Mage. Both players on the max carryover coins. Both going to be taking 4 into rounds 2. I believe quite a bit more committed for our top player here. With the Professor. And Salamandra Mage is not a free card to commit. That card is real good in these tribute decks. Coins always rounded down. Yeah. The max you can carry over is 4. No tortoise. There we got Satanist thinning out his sewer raiders. Rays are a bit of a liability into Salamandra Mages. Not in hand for Sad Poro, but one way to try to minimize their impact is to just not put 3 damageable units next to each other for as long as possible. The longer it takes to get the Salamandra Mage down, the less engine ticks they get. There are games where Salamandra Mage just looks like a 5 provision MK, which deploys for a billion value. You want to try to avoid those games.
I only loot corpses, but sometimes they're quite fresh.
Get back into Gwent would be a good deck to start with. I mean, just depends what decks you enjoyed playing before. Hard to answer that question in a vacuum. What was your favorite deck before? So he's got the Slander. Sorry, better with Gurney or Woodland Spirit. I liked Gurney Thrive. If you want to play Woodland Spirit, you get access to Koshchei. But they're pretty different decks. The Woodland Spirit deck plays like a big gold Koshchei combo. The Gurney deck is much more just like mid-rangey, point slammy. I want to bleed out your cards and have better stuff left over at the end of the game. Okay, so here we are in round number 3. Sad Poro just gunning his Jacques. Provides a pretty reasonable target for Salamandra Mage whenever Satanist decides to get that down. Satanist just leading with a Jacques of his own. Putting it to 7, so it is out of Horse and Junior range. Well, out of range, meaning he'll have to spend inefficiently to take it out, rather than just play it. What do we got here? It's just Philippa Yoink? One more click? No? Ludo? Ludo to 9? Ludo to 9 it is.
300,000 now.
Pull out the boat. I'm pretty sure they're both playing with Junior. Yeah. No, they're not identical. There is no Louisa in Sad Poro's deck, but Sad Poro is playing Graydon. Graydon pretty big in the Savola mirrors. Scary card. You get away with no control. You definitely want Daragray, at least. If you look at Patsy's list from this tournament, his list's a little bit different than mine, but I have this up, so I can link it. Something like this is a good starting point for Gurney. Control's overrated when you have points. Well, the nice thing about Daragray is it is both points and control. Yeah, both players definitely working with similar resources.
Careful. I heard the Aetheri read minds.
Let's see. So we're back over to Sad Poro. What do you even want to do? You can't play the Savola early. Or, no, Sad Poro can play the Savola early. There's still bounties. Is there a way to bounty? You can like bounty and then more else it? That might want to be avoided. Not as big of a blowout as it getting Great End, but... Okay. Just taking the Whoreson Jr., killing off the Spender. Now with Whoreson Jr. out of the way, I guess Philippa can still yoink the Salamandra Mage. But there are 3 juicy units able to be damaged in a line. Probably gonna wait until the Adrenaline is available on deploy for the Salamandra Mage, but going to be a real juicy one. He also just doesn't have anything better to do right now. Could just see it. Because you can't play the Louisa early. If you play the Louisa early, then your next tribute will be the one that is cheaper. Don't really want to make your Salamandra Mage tribute free. Wasting some coins there, not spending on the Jacques. Is there a reason you don't want to grow Jacques above 10? I don't think so. The Graydon boosts off of base power. I've just been a bit of a misstep there. It's also veiled. A couple of reasons why that wouldn't matter. Use Kurt to purify off the bounty.
Flesh sizzle.
Takes a horse and click to get rid of one of those tokens. And now we got the Salamandra Mage coming out. Perfect targets. Deploys is what, a 9? You pay 1 to deal 6. A 10. Really strong card. Hey, stand by Luke, thanks for the raid. Deploys a 10, still threatening 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, potentially 7, 8 additional coins. Card is crazy. See Professor coming down onto it, setting up the Whoreson to kill it. Just banish. No, destroy. It just looked like a banish animation. That would have been silly. I should have done this, didn't banish. Imagine this was just banishing Maddox. So, still might want to play the Morels before Louisa. It's only a 2-coin difference, a 3-coin difference. You could yoink the Jacques. Try to keep him off good spenders, but it looks like we're just going for the bank. For another bounty. Another 6.
Nothing loosens reticent tongues like a hot eye.
They both missed their Graydon. I believe only one of them is playing Graydon. Oh, no. Wait. Oh, I've been blind this whole time. I guess I've been blind this whole time. I thought only Sadporo had Graydon. You did both miss their Graydon, I believe. I don't think there's enough Purifies where you would kick it. thinking on the tribute screen.
You're not standing
Let's
away
tribute
from
up the
Master's
Savola.
plans. I won't let
Just making sure all the bounty effects were gone, making sure he's not getting graded. Doing gear battles tomorrow? Nah. Probably not doing gear battles for a while.
The eternal fire casts a
Moral
form
spends, cashes out the bounty. Back to 8 coins, 28 to 49. Slightly better card quality remaining for Satanist.
So damn much. Anyone teach him to share?
Sad Poro with the redundant spender. Could Philippa the Jacques. Use leader charges so it doesn't get counter Philippa. What else do you want a Philippa? Like, it's the biggest Philippa available. And lets you spread out your spender so that you're not growing your Jacques into more else.
Power, the object of dark
Yep.
desire.
Pretty sure you're going to... Yeah, that's enough. Yeah. He's only got 2 leader charges, so the Philippa can only steal a 7. Is he going for the tribute? Does go for the tribute. So, not the best Philippa. Got his not even a 7-point Philippa to round out the game. 3-point Philippa to round out the game. As this Louisa comes down, makes his Savola free. And I believe this Philippa is a little too bad.
You'll suffer the consequences of your foolishness.
Unconditional 3 for 10. As Savola comes down, makes a Frightener, gives 2 coins, and gives Satanist the win by 1. Going into game 3. I tribute Louisa. Yeah, there might not have been an answer left. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the deck. I'm guessing if you're asking, you looked at the deck and there was no answer. Might have just been a misstep. Hey, Barnabas. Yep, I'm going into game 3. Sad Poro got game 1. I like the patch. I'm having fun with it. I only had the 1 day of playing so far, but this tournament's been pretty exciting. A lot of people experimenting with new stuff. Nobody knows what's actually good, so nobody can really complain that people are just playing the best decks. Haven't heard anyone complain that like ex-players tryharding. Wholesome Gurney time. Wholesome Gurney. people are just experimenting with it. I don't know. It's cool that it's a consumer that doesn't go tall. That's its unique niche. Gives a little bit of removal too. I don't know. Not a huge fan of it, but cool the people are trying it out. I've certainly played more Cyclopses than I want to admit, even in their nerfed form. I've played many a melee-locked Cyclops. Just trying to consume some stuff without going big.
Rough skin, vertical pupils, horns.
No, it's 5 probs. At 4 probs, it would be nuts. It would probably just be in every monsters deck that had Deathwish units. Yeah, Cyclops is really good in early Homecoming. I think it was a 5 for 5. And every monsters deck had it.
Longships are overrated.
It was a control card in monsters, just kind of hard to come by.
Nothing rivals skinny unicorn.
Bronzes were also just really bad back then. It was a very different world. I think a 5 for 5 Cyclops now would still be pretty alright. It's not like it's super far from being playable. It's just kind of unexciting.
I shall savor your
Didn't yoink the boat. Didn't consume with the Vargas either. I think also need to kill a unit now. Wait, what? I don't know what you mean. Hey, Neil Pump, thanks for the prime. Welcome, welcome. Is that you want to destroy if you overkill? It's always done that though. What?
You do not deserve to live!
Deez Bear! Whoa, thanks for gifting 10 tier 1 subs to the community. Welcome everybody. You play ranged to avoid? Sure? I guess. You can also just, like, leave a row empty for Cyclops if you're that worried about it. I don't know how much that matters. It seems really easy to play around, being an issue. Yeah, Maruna got yoinked by the Philippa. Might have been the bait. Maybe that's why he didn't consume it with the Barghest. He just wanted to get the Philippa out. Philippa definitely could be an annoying card.
me.twitch.tv user notice hashtag Trinit123.
Wait, where did that come from? What was that? It's not in my notifications. Why isn't it in my notifications? Text to speech should always be in my notifications. I believe no one is in our ambassador at the moment. Played Muzzle in the last year. Yeah, I've played it in some weird decks. I played it to like yoink opposing Maddox for a game or two. I don't know what McBeard's up to. But he said that he was done with Gwent a couple months ago. Hey, Forest Law. Okay. So what does Sad Poro want to do against this Death Wish deck? He's got round control. He has a bounty, 2 bounties plus Graydon. He's thinking real hard here. Doesn't have a good proactive play. Even if he wants to push, he might just be forced to pass. You can lead on Sea-Jack a little bit, it's a little scary. Yep. We had a portal. I'm all for what if we add Matic. I don't know about Portal, but I'm always down for a good Madocking. So, 1 larva for the long round. Misses the... Hopefully gets the Corinthier? I think he wants the Corinthier up with the Naglfire. Corinthier Dettlaff. He has 3 Death Wishes in hand, so not too taxed for the Haunt. Sad Poro kick his Pontar. Hey, Slimy. Making draft changes. Yeah, I read over the patch notes on stream. Glad to see the Matic package is tuned down at least a little bit.
Don't get caught. Hit him between the legs.
Satanist with the Haunts. Sad Poro. Is this the Ludo? No, Professor.
Not for the dead, I'd imagine for a little rendezvous.
Solid Professor. Trades reasonably well. Into the Haunt. Ugh. Banshee just dies, you get 12 points into consume. 12 points into consumes out of the Haunt. Sad Porter effectively gets 10. A little better than 10 if you assume the coins are better than 1. The consume spread definitely matters too. You don't want to have to make a gigantic Karen. You can avoid it. You could bounty the Yigern and full spend. I like this. I like this. Back up to 9. You're a bit of a liability. Bit of a liability. Yep, Zane is playing on the other side of the Haunt. Try to keep Salamandra bad for as long as possible. Big sub game against this this off the books deck. Just try to just not have 3 damageable units next to each other for as long as you can. Prevents them from getting their engine down. Here you're not able to target the Haunt with the Salamandra Mage, so right now the best mage is only dealing 2 damage.
One man's battlefield is another man's ripe patch for harvest.
Now I believe this turn. I know you can still play here, right? You can go like Conqueror. I guess you kind of want to play the Manticore on Thrive Curve. Yeah. You can put this here. Here. Okay. So 4 damage now available on the Salamandra Mage. Might just see that this turn. Unless he thinks he'll be able to get a better one, but with all the ones in play, I think it's difficult to think it's getting much better. And 4 is still playing this at a pretty nice rate. It's still an engine. You're still getting value on your Savola, on your Morels, potentially on your bank as well. Ludo being a tribute does not give you up to 11 coins, still only go to 9, but potentially 3 more procs out of the Salamandra Mage. And it is going to be living. Finishes cashing out the Dettlaff, 62 to 38. What does Bank want to get? You get the max looks at Bank if you do it this turn. You could get the Louisa or the Jacques. Pretty much just whatever is closest to the top. Oh. That's an impressively bad bank. Okay. Okay. Nice.
Pyramids, not circles. I've seen more shapes than an engineer.
I'd say it could have been worse, but couldn't really be much worse.
A fitting gift for our king.
So with Louisa down, you get to play the Silvola. This profits you to 8 after the Salamandra Mage. They've said they're trying to put off doing card rotation for as long as possible. They said there won't be card rotation anytime soon, but they've always been careful to qualify that. Goliath's a problem. Yeah, what's this Goliath pulling? Goliath pulls the Jacques. It's not even better than killing the Lekimara, right? It's not that big of a deal. There's natural rotation. Yeah, it's called power creep.
Next, a mysterious artifact from beneath the sands of a fear.
Okay. So killing the boat on the last turn means it's not coming back. I don't think there's anything else you gotta consume. Does Sad Poro have the points? He needs a lot of them. Looking for almost 40 here.
The eternal fire casts a long
Pop that, get the Jacques. Leader charges to fuel Sea Jackal spends. It's close. But just short. Just short. And it looks like Satanist is moving on once again. Into the semifinals, looking to make his second finals appearance in a row, looking to win 2 weeks in a row. Yeah, that was a cool round 3. That was a real cool round 3. Next up, we're going to be watching Gagarinen against Patsy. We've already looked at Patsy's lists. Let me bring up Gagarinen's while I take a quick restroom break. We'll be back shortly. I'm going to start the round so they can get their bans in. Back in like 2 minutes. Hope you guys stick around for the semifinals. Okay, we are back. Let's take a quick tour of Gagarinen's list here. He has brought Reckless Flurry, Inspired Zeal, and Deadeye Ambush. What is going on in this Reckless Flurry deck? It's like a Matic-less version of the Matic deck. I feel like all these weird like SK piles all come back to... They all trace their origins back to either Tailbot's deck, Welastilin's deck, or J. William James's deck. And even those all feel like evolutions off of one another. We got Portal Professional. Professional with Reckless Flurry and Brockvar Hunter to align. Oh, we're going big. We got 1 Bear Witcher Mentor and 2 armor ups, as well as a Heron Kaduk to make another Bear Witcher Mentor. Leo to go big with the armor ups as well. Well, this one's actually super sweet. We got Vesemir Mentor as well. Removes the damaged units, but Mentor plus armor up is a pretty nice combo. Axie Swordmaster to round out the Quen targets. Yeah, cool deck. Next up, we got Inspired Zeal. What's here? Full Test Draug, a Nero AA, no Renew. All decks built around Red Haze. There is a Red Haze in every deck. Seems to be a big fan of the Singleton Red Haze. Got a Dahlia, Blue Stripes, all the usual suspects. A Centurion Knight. 1 Centurion Knight, 1 Kedweni Sergeant, 1 Ballista. Huh. It's a lot of 4P and an R. Is it? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's high. It's high. This deck always tends to play a lot of 4P cards. I think the usual is like around 12. But yeah, trying to fit in a whole bunch of top end here. And that is a way to do that. And then lastly, we got Deadeye Ambush. This one's playing Redea, the newly buffed Saber, and Neophyte. Nothing too crazy here, though. Playing a Singleton Crushing Trap with no Hattori. His opponent... I looked at Patsy's lists previously, but we can bring those up once more. We got Reckless Flurry, Fruits of Yizgith, and Call of Harmony. Yeah. Sort of almost a Pirates deck? I guess you can kind of call it a Pirates deck. He's got Croc and Holger as pirate payoffs, as well as Demon Worship. Not playing Tidecloak Hideaways, instead just trying to play good cards. He's got Demon Late Longships as his 5 provision ship of choice. But we've got a game invite. Nah, no Zeal on Neophyte. Neophytes are sweet. I really enjoyed playing with Neophytes when we were playing the Elves deck. Where before it was just 2 elf bodies and kind of boring. Now the card feels really dynamic. There's a lot going on with it. Like the actual use of faction stratagems. Yeah. Dynamic synergy. Lore. Lore can be nice. I like a good lore design. I think Abandoned Girl is a sweet card. But there's a difference between just like arbitrary Witcher lore and like lore-based designs. Grow 5 power. I mean, there's ways you can buff it. That's not the point. I'm just talking about the design, not the power level. Life Coach said Foltest is the Emperor who betrayed Horson Jr. Oh my god. Somebody get Lorebot in Life Coach's chat. He needs it. Is Life Coach encroaching on my territory? Is he trying to take my position as the most lore-ignorant streamer? I don't know if I can have that. Contact it with an offer you can't refuse.
I gladly fight, but my faith forbids it.
We got Patsy leading on Percival using his TA to boost that thing up to a 6. I believe that changes some of the removal numbers, right? Is there anything that would have killed it? He's not playing Gutting Slash. I think it might have just been safe without the click, but... Neophyte's doing Neophyte things. No! You could transform an Oak Critter! Oh, you can't transform an Oak Critter. Never mind. I got way too excited there. I was like, oh, these Oak Critter bodies, they get transformed, and then... No, not quite. Not quite. Still good. Still good. Sounds like Compton as well. I was just looking forward to seeing some sick Neophyte value.
Go ahead, stare at me stump again, see what happens.
What's this Quartermaster doing? We're just sitting on the other church. No, just makes more damage units. He can heal the Brockvar Hunter with the Kaduk so it doesn't die. Huh. Brungomar suddenly reset? They said they were gonna reset it. I don't know if that's happened yet. Is it 5 PM CEST yet? Yeah, they actually tweeted about this one.
You gotta dodge. You gotta have the
Actually, Twitter info. It is silly how many things you have to keep up with to be informed about what's happening in Gwent. You gotta look at their Twitter, you gotta look at the Gwent Masters Twitter, you gotta read their website, you gotta look at random podcasts to see what Slama said in interviews about what's actually a bug and what's getting fixed.
Yeah, I work for the Queens. Better than working for humans.
There's Cat Witcher. I don't know why he ran out this Kaduk. I feel like this Kaduk is really valuable in this deck. Just like an extra way to get a Bear Witcher Mentor later on. It's not like this Quartermaster did anything. Just trying to set up for a big Vesemir. It's still a while before you can even do that, though. Big swing. I forgot this was in the deck. Oh man. Well, that turned around quick. Now all of a sudden Gagarin threatening to win uneven. Reddit usually has summaries, but even then it's not all contained in one place. And also, why am I going to random Reddit threads to get my information on what's happening in Gwent? Why can't they just post announcements on their website like a normal company? Like, the amount of people in my chat that, like, still aren't aware that the starter decks aren't staying the way that they are. Because it was just said on a podcast and not, like, mentioned on Twitter or their website.
Parrying arrows. I really want to try that.
Yeah, like, Twitter's good for, like, if you want to share your main website post, sure, you can do it there. But I feel like information like this, where the Pro Letter leaderboard is going to get reset, should probably be on the main site.
Love is the cause of racists.
Maybe it is. Hold on, let me check. I haven't checked. I just know historically they don't post stuff like this on the main site. Yeah, they didn't. Maybe I'm part of the problem. Maybe the fact that I go to check Twitter before I even consider the fact they might have put it on the main website. Maybe I'm a part of the problem. But they've conditioned me for it. Forces out the Gezras. Behavior is formed by their actions. Exactly, exactly. So what does Gagarin want to do here? His whole hand is active. He can play... You kind of want to mentor next turn. If you think your opponent's going to play more cards. Oh. Okay, well now you're kind of committed to not playing the mentor. That is the problem with Vesemir in this deck. It does undo all the damages on your Witcher students.
No mercy!
Write a paragraph about your opinion on a certain topic in chat, or you could enter and ask if I don't even bother. Oh yeah, I do that all the time. I do that all the time.
Hearty hankering for Gwent.
That's like the experience of being a forum user, right? You start posting like really long-winded thoughts and then you realize, wait, this is fucking stupid, and then you delete it all. You know what? That is really unsatisfying.
All that dancing around. It's not for me.
He did high roll it though. It used to be like this big event when you clicked on Reckless Flurry. Now it's just like pew pew pew, pew pew pew. This card also gets worse with the Mentor. Mentor and Witcher Skellige is a weird one. Oh, but with Portal they get better. Never mind. No problems there. 16-point Portal. I don't know why I assumed this deck was being honest with Adepts. When have we ever seen honest Adepts, ever? It's always just a Portal pool. There's Maxi. Call gets ahead with the Defender. Now what, you want to stay ahead of the Pavko. If you're Gagarin, you just jam the Portal.
Can we go inside now?
Just stay ahead of the Pavko.
My name? I don't recall.
Do Axie now? It's kind of the only play. Yeah.
Damn it.
Axie the Defender opens up the ability to both, well, play both of the cards in your hand for any amount of value. Ahead of pretty much everything that Patsy can do, aside from committing his leader, as this Portal is still pulling another 8. Patsy does decide that he wants the card. I wonder what Gagarin wants to do. Might just trade off his bronzes. I think that makes sense.
Gotcha. No, damn it!
And Gutting Slash ties, so he is able to trade Gutting Slash for the last card. I mean, that worked. That definitely worked. What was left? Was there just garbage left? I guess he beats... How many bronzes does he beat there? That is so... yeah. Maybe he had nothing left in his deck? That was real greedy. Yeah, we got our game in play. How do I like Triss backpacks? I don't know why there's so many of them. If Triss is known for anything, though, she is known for her great taste in backpacks. Max 7 in hand or deck. Ah, okay. So there was just nothing. Just a clean 2-0.
We've hammered enough. Let's get to work.
Let's mention a reveal campaign. I'm the wrong person to ask. That sounds like a question for Urza on Twig. Yeah, but these are being done so differently, right?
Your tricks will not save to all.
Okay, so we got Gagarinen on Redea Elves against Patsy's Gurney. Still getting a pretty good Vanguard in Redea.
Oh, don't dare cross me, or my friend here will tear you to pieces.
Patsy committing the Iteran into round 1. Looking for round control. Looking to win on even. He's going to, too, right? There's no answer to this. Yikes. Not happy to see that if you're Gagarinen. He couldn't. Oh, he could have Nero for a lock, right? Yeah. He might have to do that. You push claw when you're around control or just dry pass? Usually just dry pass. It depends what they have left, though. You usually, like, if you can go for the 2-0, you can go for the 2-0. But if you're pushing them, you're not looking to go to round 3. Nice thing about this Gurney deck is it does have a pretty good long round, as long as you save the Iteran. Like, in a 10-card round 3, this deck outpoints Vi. Yeah, you gotta know what your role is in each matchup. There's a lot of different things that you can do. Like, there are matchups where you just always try to gun your Iteran round 1 to try to get whatever value out of it you can, because it's your best way to get round control, and there's some matchups where you just don't care about round control. And you just want to hold your long round stuff as much as you can. Going on? Is this the Maxi? Does he want this order? Missing his Feign Death. He has second to Nero for it. Am I gonna write new articles for Dad Driven Gaming with Construction to Conquest? I have the option to if I want to. I just haven't had anything that I wanted to write about.
None shall tread on us.
I was working on an article about how to think about Conquest bans, but it never really came together. Zelbus. Is cute. I think I have the draft here. Yeah. I was just never quite able to get it in a way that worked. So Gagarinen does get out. Boris is out. Got out in a Dragolarva and the Iteran from Patsy as well in the process. Right, like, it's the games like this where Iteran's not even all that good and still plays for good value that really shows how great Iteran is in this deck. Like, here it got answered immediately, and it still basically played for 9 by giving you the second Garnicor's Fruit. I know they don't have a lock left over for the Beast. Had to use first a Neuromancy while you're planning on bleeding. It's such a high floor card for how crazy it can be when you do Corinthia combo them. Made the Gurney list. This particular list is Patsy. I was working on Corinthia around Gurney before him, I think, though. I know he added like the Were-Rat and made some adjustments last patch. Big push going on. Were-Rat the Beast synergy. Yeah, Were-Rat does a bunch of cool things in this deck. It can just like keep eating fruit every turn and grow tall to stop your beast from capping out its value, which is sort of a problem in this deck. Your beast only gets so big. Like a 6-for-6 1-point per turn engine. You can choose to not go super tall for a while if you don't want to. It can help get you dominance for riders, which is a big problem. The more I see the Were-Rat, the more I like it. There's Beast, making sure to put that melee so it doesn't get dull Blathana Bowmaned. Also, just generally, you don't want to have anything to the right of your Endrega Larva while you've got a Beast in your hand, or a Were-Rat in your hand. So as far as clean answers go, what do we got here? Charge Yavin? Yeah, I'm just gonna ignore it.
Wait the signal. Till then, don't budge.
And then you get to kill it next turn with the Yavin. Not the end of the world.
Humans to the sea!
Aileron popping out of deck. Still a little short. Could still be Patsy's pass. Not sure that he's forced enough out, but gonna be hard to stay in this round if he's not losing his card. Wait, what? Wait, what? Am I missing something? Why is everyone in chat confused? Oh. Huh. Yeah. Patsy just taking the window to pass while he can. Still has some engines. Still has an Endrega Larva left over. Still has the Were-Rat engine. Still has the Beast. But, Gagarin still got the Verno Yavin Eastern Grim package left over, which can be real hard to outpoint in a long round. Especially with Yavin able to take out some of those engines on the other side of the table. Movement matter? Does find everything. Perfect draws for Gagarin.
None shall tread on us.
Only thing that might have been better could be Commando or Bomber over Neophyte. And even then, not necessarily. Gets down the max armored Yigern. This Red Haze is going to be hard to play around. All the Thrive units are going to get pretty big too. I guess Alberon might help. Alberon can give you some pockets of smaller units. Gets down the Were-Rat. So Ygritte died to make room for some of these other engines. I believe there's a Spores. Okay, I guess Spores would have been better than the Neophyte probably. Spores always gonna have good targets. And Elias plus Neophyte just makes a bunch of Deadeyes. You can still just get a good melee Verno here. So what is that melee Verno for plus 12? Ranged Verno is plus 6 and gives you 2 more bodies. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It does click the Were-Rat though, to absorb some Verno pings. So they're trying to play around Spores a little bit, but the cost of playing around Spores is that this Were-Rat is no longer consuming your Gurney Fruit every turn. Looks like he is just gonna try to play around Red Haze with these tokens. Just gets Yavin here.
Coexistence. No such thing.
This does commit him to the melee Verno. Kind of want to feed stuff to this Were-Rat, right? Everything you feed to a Were-Rat is one more thing that can't get Red Haze. You just gotta be a little worried about the Spores. Okay, so now this is consuming 4 more times. 3 more turns. So now units played here will always be separate from one another, except for Verno pings, of course. Yeah, Yavin counts himself.
Sweetly, my darling, dance.
32 to 48. Real good cards left over for both players. Inside this Neuromancy, Patsy's got an Ozrel for, well, 8. Solid 9-point Ozrel. Someone's disconnecting. Hopefully it is not a permanent disconnect. Uh-oh. This is taking a while. I'm worried. I'm worried. No, not like this. Not like this. That's unfortunate. That is a way that can happen. New Gurney couldn't lose. Oh man. There was still a lot of stuff going on in that game too. There was an Oberon roll, there were random pings that could have gone awry. You resolve the pred. Void the pred. Game crashed. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. That's the second reported mid-game crash of the tournament. The number is usually 0. I feel like mid-game crashes in Gwent are pretty rare. Usually if there's a crash, it's as the game is starting. Might be another issue with the patch. When CDPR make a real reconnect function, they never will. If they were going to, they would have when they started doing online tournaments. It's too much of a hassle. I mean, it wouldn't necessarily be any different. You could just have the game not wait for them to come back, right? It would just be treated as them roping if they disconnect. That's how I handle it in URCG.
We do.
Okay, now we got Call of Harmony against Deadeye Ambush. Elves versus Harmony. Earlier on, we saw a Harmony hybrid up against Harmony. And I believe the Harmony hybrid ended up winning that game. Let's see if this being more pure elves makes it even worse. Or if Patsy's Harmony will find a way to make it through. So as far as lock targets for the Kirin, there is this Percival that is coming down now. And then later on there's a Pavko, which is a pretty high priority lock. But later on you get to Yavin, so you're probably just going to take this lock on the Percival. Assuming you care about winning round 1, which, I mean, could just not be the case. You might feel comfortable giving up round control, in which case you just play a couple bronzes and get out. That is one of the strengths of these decks on Red Coin. While they're not pretty good at, they're not very good at playing 3 different rounds. When you're on Red Coin, you can sort of just make round 1 not matter. And just fight over the next 2. And this alt deck definitely has 2 good rounds in it. That, of course, falls apart a little when you don't actually win the long round 3. This might be one of those matchups. Not entirely sure, but Waters of Brokilon is a scary card in the long round for sure, as is Gezeros and Pavko Gale and a lot of the other stuff in Patsy's list.
Gledivort one. You stand no chance.
But if lock on, I guess you could still be willing to commit the Heat Wave to answer the Percival, but I feel like Bronze is an indication that Gagarin not all that interested in fighting over round 1. Might try to trade off more bronzes than just 3, but likely won't be seeing golds committed on that side of the table. I'll rebuke to kill the engine.
To die, I'll do so sword in hand.
5-second grace period. It's longer than 5 seconds. It's like 10 or 15, maybe 20. I'm not exactly sure.
Look what the werecat dragged in.
Hi-ho, hi-ho.
Like, the problem is you gotta make the cutoff somewhere, and you just pick where you pick the number that's most likely that they're disconnected for good and won't be coming back in a reasonable amount of time. And if they say, like, 20 seconds is that, then I'm sure they have the data to back it up.
You're dead already.
That might even just be, like, an industry standard, too. I know most games don't wait that long. Unless they have, like, ways to rejoin after you disconnect, and, like, the game continues on until you come back.
No mercy!
Got a hearty hankering for Gwent.
I mean, I don't know. Their goal with the reconnect logic is to be able to reconnect if it's just like a one-off spotty problem, like you're driving through a tunnel and you'll be back in a couple of seconds. But if it's something like your ISP decided that you're not allowed to have internet right now, to not keep the other player waiting for so long, because it's both ways, right? Like, you don't want to keep the player who has to wait waiting and doing nothing. Is not really a good way of solving it. Other than, like, statistics.
Slaughter them to a man!
The ideal way of solving it is just you have a time bank, and if you disconnect, you have your time bank to reconnect, but your clock is ticking the whole time. But with the way Gwent is programmed, it's not a viable way to do it.
To play with my friend. I enjoy
Yes, Rouse. We are seeing Gagarin and jam some golds. Their Dea has come down, and the Gezeros was actually bled. He has the power to kill you and get away with it. Nah, he's such a wholesome dude. Life Coach is just a wholesome force in any community that he's a part of. Life Coach is great. Like, I wish I was as relentlessly positive as Life Coach is. Very quick when we put the overlay where it only showed the enemy portrait. Oh, was that him? I remember that being a gag. I don't remember who did it.
Eternal.
He's a very animated streamer for sure. For sure. I didn't know that was an emote. I feel like that might be the first time I've ever seen a Life Coach emote. Looks like we got Patsy pushing here. And Gagarunin respecting it with his full leader. To kill off a Dryad fledgling. Full leader and Verno down. Whoa.
Salty winds are blowing.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Humans are not to be trusted.
So, Gagarunin still has
Humans are scum.
Feign Death, Yavin, Isengram, where Patsy comparatively has no real cards. Saskia, leader. But, like, compared to the elf cards. Is this Maxi? Oh.
Your magic can't harm me. No magic can.
At this point, it's self-bleed. I mean, depends what you're getting out of the opponent, right? It's hard to call it a self-bleed if you're playing bronzes. You don't really have much in the way of engines left over. Played Berza? Yeah, and then his opponent played his answer for Berza.
An ill wind blows.
Yep.
Clearly, I've a weakness.
Now he gets to trade Kieran for Elias. Then hold on to the Call of the Forest plus leader. He's not going that hard, is he? He's down 9 points here. He is. He is. Okay. So he really wants to force out the Feign Death. He's hoping that Gagarunin's hand here is like Feign Death bronze. I don't think Isengram alone is taking. So this will at least be both cards. This isn't a 2-0, is it? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 10. You wait for 8, 18. I believe it's enough by 2. So I think... I don't know if he shuffled or not. He did play a Maxi. He did not shuffle, because I know Nero was the top card. But I believe the next cards down were pretty bad. I don't think he had access to a Nero plus Yavin or a Nero plus Feign Death. He knows what he's drawing. Oh, it was Yavin. Okay, never mind. Yeah, easy keep with the Maxi. And, yeah, nice hand. Nice hand. Card quality is not close here. And I'm pretty sure even perfect hand versus this isn't getting there. And I believe that's the match. We are still waiting on game 3 on the other side of the bracket between Satanist and Osgan. One, Gagarin and one. Put ourselves down as a spectator here, just in case they tie, but not super likely. Let's bring up Gagarin's lists while we wait to see who his opponent in the finals is going to be. This is a really spicy take on the Skellige Witchers deck. Witcher SK with Lambert versus NR Commando? What do you mean? I mean, Lambert's generally pretty good against Commandos. Your lists are a bit too sweaty this time, though. I mean, the thing about the Patch Day tournament is no one actually knows what's good. I feel like the only time anyone can complain about somebody tryharding this close to Patch Day is if you're just, like, playing last season's decks. Because everyone's still just trying to figure out what's actually good. Nobody really knows. Why do you love Red Haze so much? That's a good question. Why do you love Red Haze so much, Gagarin? I guess we can, we've looked at, yeah, we've seen both the deck lists on the other side of the bracket earlier as well. Let's see what Osgan's got. it's been a longer since we saw him. Currently, we are waiting on... Oh, wait. Nope. Osgon just won against Satanist. So our finals are going to be Osgon against Gagarinen. Let's start the round so they can take care of their bands at their leisure. But let's see what Osgon's working with here. He has Imperial Formation, Patricidal Fury off the books. Ooh. Yeah, this is a... I was talking about a Spyball as like the level 0 Nilfgaard deck. Like probably the best Nilfgaard deck that you can play. And this is sort of what I had in mind. Something along the lines of this. I'm not sure about not playing Thirsty Dame and like opting for Master of Disguise, but yeah, I like the idea of this list a lot. One of many takes that we've seen so far tonight, and I think with good reason this one's advanced as far as it has. Then we got Patricidal Fury Witchers. Okay. We got double Bear Witcher Mentor. Oh, man. Maybe we haven't looked at Osgon's list yet. These all look new to me. Or maybe we just didn't have time to look at them before his match. Yeah, double Mentor, double Quartermaster, double Bear Witcher, Lambert Axie, Vesemir Quen. Angry Mob? Oh, there's an Angry Mob. Amazing. Amazing. And then lastly, we got off the books. Professor Siggy, Horson, Philippa. Playing the new Ewald and Horst. Will we see a Van Morelhelm Servant this season? Probably not. It gives vitality for every status, right? So for bounty givers, this one's not playing Graydon. This one has Kurt and Slander playing as much of the bronze thinning as he can, sewer raiders and casino bouncers, trying to minimize the downside of not having a good tutor in his Devotion Syndicate deck. The thinning is sort of extra relevant when you're playing Bank as well, since it matters how far from the top of your deck the card that you're looking for is. The thinning represents a little bit more than just the mulligan value. Yeah, interested to see Horst and Ewald in a game. The combo between Ludo and Horst. It does look like it has 4 eyes. It also really bothers me that Horst and Ewald aren't next to each other in the deck list. That alone might make me want to cut Ludo from the deck, as good as it is. Oopsies, Oz. Okay, we have our game invite, so into the finals we are going. Osgon against Gagarinen. Some pretty cool lineups. Bunch of the newly buffed cards being taken advantage of here. Two completely different lineups too, right? We got Skellige, NR, ST, and then we've got NG, SK, and SY. The only faction we're missing here in the finals is Monsters. And here we are. Game number 1 of the finals between Gagarin and the Nazgan. We got Reckless Flurry
There'll be nothing
against
to pick up
Imperial
when I'm done with
Formation.
you.
Imperial Formation just getting buffed. Whenever you play a soldier, you get 1 armor for each adjacent soldier, making it much easier. Just try to stick those Imperia Enforcers and Nausicaa Sergeants. Once you play a Ramen, where previously it was very easy to stick like 1 Enforcer off of Ramen, and maybe you'd have to like use Leader Charge to try to stick the others. Now, once you play Ramen, you just have a Soldier Pocket, so that all of your Enforcers come in with 2 armor. Much better than needing to individually Leader Charge every 4 power engine you play from your hand. Gagarin playing the newly buffed Mask of Ouroboros as well. Now spawning 2 crows instead of 1. Basically, just a Scald in the TA.
Take care of your blades, and they'll take care of you.
Is he gonna take advantage of the Zeal? This does give 2 crows that you can damage. Yeah, yeah. Oh, he drew the Adept. He does not play a backup portal target, so now unable to play portal in round 1 if that was part of the plan. No mentors in hand either. That is one of the problems with this deck. Not only does it take a very long time for a Bear Witcher mentor to come online, but when you don't have a Bear Witcher mentor in your hand, your deck just kind of fumbles over itself. A lot of your deck is built around making your mentors gigantic. So when you have just a bunch of armor ups and quartermasters that aren't playing for great value by themselves, but don't have those like 15-point Bear Witcher mentors to pay them off, or the round doesn't go long enough to get those 15-point Bear Witcher mentors, can get a little awkward.
Patience is not a virtue I am known to have.
Just gunning the Emir. Now you're gonna Leader Charge plus Stunning Blow to take it out. Definitely not the most exciting Emir I've seen. I mean, I guess I got a Leader Charge out round 1. It's not nothing, but yeah, the new granularity on this leader is nuts. Just being able to choose, not only is it more damage overall, so even if you save it for round 3, it is just a 1-point buff, but being able to spread out those buffs throughout the course of the whole game is huge. Like, if your monster's opponent just plays in a Dragolarva in round 1, it doesn't feel too bad to throw your leader out there to deny all of those points. Now we see Osgan taking good advantage of the passive on Imperial Formation. Armor getting full value there. Yeah, these are going pretty well, Goldenberg. So what's he want to do? He has 2 Nausicaa Sergeants in play. Could threaten to win on even if he wants. Could just like throw Brothan out there. But probably a little concerned that his opponent's got a bunch of Bear Witcher mentors, and he might want to save his informants for that. So instead, just playing out Seditious Aristocrats, taking it a little slow. Red Haze kills the Nausicaa off here. Still at 12 to 20. first of the informants come out. Ooh, that's a way to take advantage of the armor.
Dodge. You gotta have the
Just make a quartermaster. Not bad, not bad. I mean, there's a reason you don't see a whole lot of red hazes just throw it in decks willy-nilly. The card can be played around. It is pretty clunky. Like, even in Magic lists, you will often see, like, Dimeridium Bombs and Dancing Stars played before Red Haze. Now, I guess this works. You don't necessarily need the adrenaline. I guess, especially if your opponent has nothing damaged. And this does mean Osgan can't immediately answer this with an informant of his own. Reading the card to make sure that the adrenaline is not yet in effect. Uh-oh, wait.
everyone has
Did he not read the card? He didn't read the card.
a grave error.
I assumed he was mousing over it to read it. I was wrong. A grave error indeed. Played a 4 now when he could have gotten a 9 next turn. Now, he kind of wanted to play the informant that turn anyway, but it would have been better used on the quartermaster. Bagged if he'd used it on the quartermaster. I guess the Lambert just gets better, sure. Next up, Joachim. Yeah, maybe. You can do the whole Joachim Wombo combo in one round in this deck, right? Because of Enforcers. It's pretty easy to kill off the Joachim. So it might not be a huge priority to play the Joachim, but what's he risking? Very little. The only gold in this deck is the Fergus. As long as he doesn't hit that, he's pretty happy with anything. Thinking about it. Probably between playing Joachim and just passing. I think both lines are... Whoa, leader charges. Okay. There's a full leader? Whoa, I mean the passive's good, but... Are you really that worried about hitting your Fergus? Like, you're not playing more deploys. The difference between getting a Nausicaa and getting, like, a Master of Disguise is pretty minimal. Master of Disguise is weird. Yeah. That was the weird choice that stood out to me. I think he just needed more 4 provision cards to fill the deck. Like, he's also got a battle prep. Like, in my list, I had to cut the Ramen, which felt really bad. But maybe the cost of fitting in everything is you gotta play some bad 4P cards. So gets the win on even. Sends a Master of Disguise over in the Gagarinen's deck and yoinks a Bear Witcher. Ooh. That's not bad. It's not like... I guess it is kind of portal bricking good, because now there's this 4 provision card that's going to pop out instead of one of these adepts, surely. That's one of the more reasonable ways that I've seen a Viper Witcher Alchemist be a messed up card.
Shoot down, stab him dead.
There's the Gerd. What's the idea here? Are you trying to... No, just passing. Yeah, wants to hold the ability to Joachim. So it gives the card in exchange for making the portal worse in round 3. Not the worst. Still has a ball left over. No Heat Wave in the list. Wall's gonna resolve. Finds the Furious, so doesn't need to keep the Van Morlum Hunter either. This is gonna be good too, right? Like, so it's kind of hard to play around as this deck. What's broken about it? The Alchemist? It blocks the portal. Well, I guess in this case it made the portal live. We'll let him take an extra mulligan. This is a lot of missing stuff. This is looking to be a beating. Yeah, he's missing the coup. So only gonna be Joachiming once. What are we doing? Just lead on. Lead on the ball. Yep. Just play for max Thirsty Dame value. Now you're gonna want to kill this. And then leader to finish it off. Does he have Angry Mob? It's just a card that he put in his deck. It's a 7 for 4. No Tortoise. His deck's got a lot of weird 4P options. I think he just needed to find some filler. Like, the Master of Disguises aren't great. The Battle Prep isn't great. But he just wanted to play some golds. And to play those golds, you gotta put in some filler.
Give me my shot.
Feeling a bit peckish.
Comes the Fergus now. I would have thought you'd want to do that after the Joachim, on the off chance that you... Are you trying to you're trying to Joachim last. Never mind. There's all the total removal in the world, just none of it in the hand. Maybe should have been Fangs. Yeah, I could see playing Fangs. The list that I'm tinkering around with has Fangs and Rot Tossers. I think there's a lot you can do with the bronze package in this deck, but there are definitely concessions you gotta make in the gold with every 5p card you want to play. I mean, the Fangs make Cupbearer better. Like, playing just 2 Fangs as your only poison cards outside of Ball is kind of bad.
Long live the Emperor.
So now the Bear Witcher Mentor for Osgone is live. Gets to deploy and hopefully gets to deploy before the Vesemir. Wonder if Gagarin will take the turn to greed the Quartermaster, or if he'll just play around the Mentor. It's a 2-point gain.
Double the coin and consider
Neither.
it done.
Okay. Only 5 cards should be in the deck. We're Enforcers. I think you want another 5p Aristocrat engine.
The cold. Let it sink into your bone.
I don't think you can get away with just playing Usurper and... You'd play what, like Usurper, Vincent, and Fergus as your Aristocrats?
To arms, men.
Yeah, I think Dame should be better than Seditious, right?
You gotta dodge. You gotta have the.
100 faces, all yours to command.
Thank you.
I was jamming it all. I feel like I might cut Enforcers, honestly. But maybe I'm just overvaluing the Aristocrat tag. I gotta play more games with the deck. Yeah, Portal not bricked because of the donated Master of Disguise. Oh, you're trying to cut Ball. Sure. I feel like the big draw to Spies is that Spies is the Nilfgaard deck that can still play Ball, but doesn't lose much by fitting Ball into the deck. It's a deck that already doesn't mind playing all these Bronze Aristocrats.
That's the kind of negotiating
If the deck gained anything with the patch, it's just that it is now the easiest deck to fit Ball into.
Enough.
Yeah, so, getting not only all the value on the Mentor, but also getting the Lambert down before the Vesemir. And by the Lambert, I mean, yeah, you know what I mean.
Bury the lords, plow the ladies. Who the hell are you calling?
Get nuts the number of Enforcers on the board. Yeah. Usurper pretty easily cleans up here. 51 to 37. Osgone gets his Nilfgaard through in game number 1 against Gagarin and Skellige. How did he miss all the Geralts? Yeah, that was nuts. That was nuts. Just waiting for our invites in the game number 2. Ball's supposed to be jammed round 1. Yeah, it's a consideration for sure. Now that you're not like also committing your goals. Like round 1 ball is a lot more reasonable when you're proccing ball with Thirsty Dames than when you're proccing ball with Joachim and your Roderick. Like last season, it wasn't even a consideration because not only did you commit your 15 provision card, but you were also committing other stuff that you'd rather save. But now, like, if the rest of your deck is just like a scary engine deck, throw out your ball just so you can get out of round 1 only playing a couple of bronzes, win round 3 with a bunch of enforcers, keep down your opponent's engines. You still have Brothans, still have like Ku Joachim. Stuff like Fergus becomes really nutty in a long round when you have enough engines. Even if it's not like correct most of the time, it becomes a line that is able to be taken, whereas it was always an overcommit in the old Nilfgaard deck. Let's see. What were the bans here? Gagarinen's Commandos were banned, and Osgon's Patricidal Fury was banned. So Osgon's got to get a win with his off-the-books deck. If you go to here, and you go to Osgon's deck lists in the Participants tab, the Players tab, all the lists in the tournament are available there.
Strong magic.
So Osgon on Tribute Syndicate up against Gagarinen's Witchers once again. I feel like every game that we've seen this deck so far, we've seen reasons why Vesemir is really awkward. Bounty's so good against SK. Less good against this one than in some other SK matchups. Capped out at 8 here. There's also no Graydon in these lists.
What's that up your sleeve?
What is it?
Osgon doing his thinning. He's still got a Sewer Raiders to deploy as well.
Shite. Map's upside
Yep.
down again.
Next thing he's going to be looking to do is pull the boat, which he can do with Ludo. Might not do it immediately, but has that option available to him. Has the perfect number of coins as well. It is a pretty cool blue coin curve. Bronze thinning, Ludo pull boat. Yes, this is game number 2.
Only wants death on you. No one gets to fool me twice.
We got leader for the spy deck, and what about imprisonment? I'm not sure how good formation is with it. I suspect it might still just want to be a double cross deck for the extra provision, but it depends what that extra provision opens up for you. I'm going to be trying it with formation. Imprisonment's cool if you want to play like Master of Disguises, maybe? If you need more 4P stuff. But I don't know. I suspect the correct answer is double cross. I hope the answer is Imperial Formation. It also could be imprisonment if you want to do like operator stuff. After the operator buff, that might be a real thing. I know a couple seasons ago, someone was pushing 2600 with operator spies. That could just be good now. Hey!
I've been watching you for a while and I have to admit you're the best Gwent streamer I've seen. Don't mind me
appreciate it.
while I'll net deck your meme decks.
Hey, I'm glad you enjoy the content. Thanks for the $5. I appreciate it. Anyway.
You ought to see the other beast.
You've all been watching. Oh no. What is this? Oh, mage.
Come on now, try.
That was mage before adrenaline, right? So only gaining 1 coin there. And the difference is so minor. When they first introduced this card, it didn't have the whenever you pay tribute, gain 1 coin line. But you only lose 1 coin playing it early. I'm so used to how bad it felt to play it before adrenaline previously, but it's just not a big deal anymore. You want enforcers, you want to keep the Impair alive. The problem is you don't want to play that many soldiers.
I've no mercy for your kind.
If the deck had more soldiers that it naturally wanted to play, then I could see more of an argument for formation. But outside of the Ramon round, what are you doing? It's possible, don't get me wrong. But like I was trying to cut Ramon from my version anyway. Just felt like there wasn't room for it. There were better cards to play. It's always kind of clunky with Joachim too. Like when you have the Ramon stuck in your deck, do you play your enforcers first or do you jam your Joachim first? If you want to stick the enforcers first, and then you hit the Ramon, your Ramon is bricked. And if you do it the other way around, then you miss, then you just lose a bunch of Impair Enforcers pings. It's the Triss versus Yen match. Oh, you're right. The real stakes. The real stakes. That's what really matters. Are we watching? This is the finals of the weekly tournament. Osgan versus Gagarin. Game 2. Osgan up a game, managing to beat the Skellige Witcher's deck with his Nilfgaard Spies deck, which we're still kind of talking about with chat. You can see all the deck lists with exclamation point tournament. I cannot type. If you go over to the participants tab, you can see everyone's lists. Second Salamandra Mage committed. Yep, best of 3. If Osgan wins this game, he wins the tournament. So Philippa, Ludo, and both Salamandra Mages committed. Salamandra Mage honestly powerful enough that when talking about what things were committed into the round, it is definitely worth mentioning this card. This thing is nutty. Definitely a high deck building cost to make it good, but once you commit to playing tributes, this card is crazy. Bear Witcher off of the Geralt. Still trying to threaten the win on even. I think Horst might come down to shut down any dreams of that, though.
I fear it's far too
Profit
late to
3.
suddenly turn neutral.
Get your effective carryover on the Eld. Spend a bunch on Vitality across your board. Remove all of the damaged units. Just in case there were any Bear Witcher Mentors hanging back.
Too old for this shit.
Vesemir for Osgan. And now a Renegade Mage. Renegade Mage notably has the extra text of Profit 2 because of the Salamandra Mage in play.
Make way! Move it!
You just full spend here and make sure you don't lose uneven. You care that much about carryover coins. Yeah, just full spending. Surprised he's not putting one on the Redinian just to remove the damaged unit. I don't think there's like random damage that would kill the Redinian, right? Because it stops him from armor upping it.
Damn it.
Axie gets ahead and forces the Siggy. I believe the Siggy
Prior experience worked with
works
idiots my
though.
whole life.
Yeah. Full spend once again. There's a professional that can play for 10. Might be doing math? Kind of hard to do math around Reckless Flurry charges, though. Really tempting to just max points and hope that it's enough. Think about saving 3 coins. Saving 3 coins means you can use 3 leader charges to full boat. Nah, he's just full spending, making sure he doesn't lose uneven. He doesn't want to go out like that. So Geralt and 1 leader charge takes the round here. Still Portal, Kaduk, Lambert, Leo. And all the Vesemir carryover. A lot of good cards left over for Osgan too, though. In an ideal world, every card that he gets to play for the rest of the game is a good gold. Executioner goes away, finds the Kurt. Okay, got rid of going for the push with Portal. The 16-point Portal. I will say, I was saying the Vesemir has been awkward every time we've seen it, but the Vesemir is sick this game. Gotta give it credit here. Like a spender here is really scary. Somehow clicking off the books to get 2 coins causes Triss to spawn fireballs. Makes sense, makes sense. Maybe those are the coins falling out of the sky.
Do not scorch the innocent!
Maybe that's the flavor. Wait, why click it? What did that do? Did he just change his mind? Was he thinking about doing one thing and then display the Kurt? fireballs right in front of her too. Yeah, now we just need an animation where she picks up the fireballs that are actually coins, and then it all makes flavor sense. Actually, no. No animations where she picks up things on the ground. That won't go over well. I forgot the Witcher community, or the Gwent community was a bunch of children. My bad. Definitely not that. This is fine. This is perfect just the way it is. Maybe she can catch them as they're falling out of the sky.
Oak makes for the best fires.
Whee! Is there time? Is there time? Okay, okay. There is time. Yolin wins? Because you can't get value on this Executioner. It's not actually a spender.
What the? Who the hell are you calling hot-headed?
No, damn it!
Yeah, this is 9, and then can't spend with Executioner. Well, looks like Gagarinen gets the clean 2-0.
For all that was stolen. Every last copper.
The streamer's tired of a bunch of children? No, I just think that we have to be careful. You just gotta know how the community will react to certain things. Look, all I'm saying that as soon as the Triss Journey came out, there was a very immature amount of booba spam in chat. That's all I'm saying. And I think trying to minimize that type of reaction, probably something that should try to be done. Oh no, that's what gets clipped. That's what got clipped. Keep getting clipped out of context. Oh, you okay? Good, good. Anything on that is Triss is rather shy and not showing out her body in the original lore / books. Yeah, look what you guys have done to her. I guess CDPR probably had a lot to do with that too. To somehow I'm not continuing. Never mind. Forget I was saying anything. Okay, game number 3, Gagarinen against Osgon. This is the turn 1 maxi. Take a look at the deck, see if he wants it. He will find Redea Feign Death by round 3. Pretty nice order. Wouldn't be surprised if he kept it. What's Osgon got? He's got both of his bronze thinnings again. No Ludo to pull the boat. Could Siggy to pull the boat if he really wants to. Could go like Siggy into Sewer Raiders into Casino Bouncers. You're on red coin too, so you're like kind of pressuring him into playing some golds as well. It's not like you're just throwing your Siggy away on blue coin. Instead opting for the Ewald.
Oh, damned year!
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about these Horst and Ewald. It's cool that they move some of the spender dependency away from your bronzes, but I don't know if that's something that you really want to do. Like, it does seem like this deck specifically has too many spenders. Like, I remember last season I was playing Tribute SY, and I think I cut Sea Jackals even. And this deck's got, like, Whoreson, Witch Hunter Executioner, 2 Witch Hunter Executioners. Yeah. Oh, it's best of 3.
Swords I smile at, weapons
So this
love
is the
to
last
scorn.
game here. Winner of this wins the tournament. Oh, good night, Cedrics. Just glad you can hear 15 years begging like a beast. Not really try to win on even. This is a different line than I would have taken, yeah. I don't know. It's a really non-committal. The Siggy line might have been too much. This way he still gets to do his bronze thinning over the next couple of turns. He's representing the reach with bronze thinning as well. I'm not sure how he gets up to pull boat. Professor maybe? Just like spend twice. Professor the Swordmaster.
Humans are not to be trusted.
Here in the Bounty Casher Outer. No, just Sewer Raiders. It's either Sewer Raiders or like click Ewald twice and play Professor, but that seems really expensive. Does it even get ahead? No, right? It's only 10 tempo. 10, 11, 12 with Ewald leads. Yeah.
Sewers remind me of the fjords back home.
Okay. Jaggerinen giving up the round. Osgan can just finish his thinning with the Casino Bouncers.
Good luck. Not too much, eh?
In a pretty good spot to push. This worked out pretty well. I didn't push to win on even, but it was way less commitment. Getting to save the Siggy. Finds the boat though. Easy mulligan. Mulligans aren't too taxed. Finds the Whoreson. Damn, this is a It's shaping up to be a hand. Just 3 carryover coins, right? So the horse puts him up to the boat too. 5-power ship, yeah, broken. Broken. Yeah, I mean, horse looks sick here.
Anyone can be bought. Only questions of what price.
Like, basically, Osgon just played a bunch of carryover round 1 and still won the round.
I shall not fail.
Kill off one of these with Renegade Mage. Renegade Mage? No? Thinking about passing? Do you just want the boat? No, he definitely wants to push here, right? Vitality, get Executioner on the board. Does look to be the line. Okay. Okay. So it leaves up the option to Kurt and cash out. How are Neophytes looking out? Neophytes are pretty sick. Certainly worth playing as an elf in the Redea deck. Whether you want them in like pure elves, I'm not so sure, but they're really fun to play with. They're just like really nice with Verno in general too. Creating another way to get Elven Deadeyes in play. Are you already level 10 in Journey? I think I played like 3 games and I was level 5 on day 1 of the patch. I don't know how. Transform a damaged Deadeye into a base Deadeye? I think so, yeah. You should be able to. Because of quests? That might be it. Okay.
You miss one bloody lecture on portals, and it's your life.
There's the Renegade Mage. Take out one of the Neophytes before it transforms. Still spending a bit on that horse. Just looking for a window that he gets to play his Renegade Mage. Or his Salamandra Mage. And there it is! Why leader charge there? Wait, what? Opts for the Horson instead. Just tries to keep the elves off the board as much as he can. Damn. Clears the board. Okay. And lead. Whoa! Going hard. I like it, I like it. It's 2 vitality on the Horson? That's weird. Yeah, that just kind of wasted a coin. Didn't Professor the Yavin? Do you want to keep going? Then you can Renegade Mage. Didn't save the coins for Renegade Mage, but you can always leader charge, I suppose. If a double leader charge, tribute 3.
We shall retake the cities that were stolen from us.
So I got a significant buff. Yeah, the difference between 3 and 4 damage on this card is huge. Absolutely huge. Both leader charges, so we can Salamandra Mage. Not gonna get any additional value. No tributes remaining.
Learn that spell in Zerrikania.
But still a pretty strong card. I'm using the horse. Wait, did you? Oh no. And like Ida? What are you worried about? There's still Jacques, there's still Philippa. There's no coins for Philippa. You can rule out a lot of his hand by him full spending constantly. Like, you're pretty sure there's no Philippa in hand. You're probably pretty confident there's no other spender in hand. And that cuts out a... I guess you could maybe assume there's a Jacques. He just doesn't want to play it this round.
To the fires, Wyndham! To the fire!
Purify baited. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Isengrim is exactly enough. Does he go for it? I mean, you haven't baited out the Feign Death. If his hand's like... Even Feign Death Isengrim, you're happy to play the Siggy? This is probably just correct. It looks really janky. You don't need to spend, you can keep 4 of the coins. Is he playing around like Feign Death and a bronze, maybe? I mean, I think this might actually just get the 2-0, right? With Isengrim Dragoon. Yeah, this just gets the 2-0.
Onward, Fryhead!
Just... Oh man. No Feign Deaths here. And Osgon takes it. Osgon takes it. Just in time, too. There we go. You have been VIP'd, and if you want the Discord role, just say something, tag me in one of the channels, and I can get that for you as well. Rigged for keeping the time plan. Amazing. Yeah, anyways, that is going to be it for me tonight. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Hope you guys enjoyed the weekly tournament. I always enjoy these fun Saturday streams. The first one of the season is always great too. Like no one knows what's good. Everyone's just tinkering around, seeing all these lineups. Always interesting. Yeah, let's send it over to Life Coach. I kind of want to see what he's up to. I've heard he's playing a different deck. Challenges tomorrow? Probably. I think we'll do like 3 hours of ladder and then like 3 hours of challenges. I do want to do a bit of a mix. I want to play some normal ladder. Yeah, thanks for watching, everybody.